Greetings from Mississauga in southern Ontario, a short drive west of Toronto, and a very warm welcome to our continuing coverage of the 2015 Parapan Games. I'm Nigel Reid, alongside David Legg at the Mississauga Sports Centre, where it is day 3 of wheelchair rugby. 3 more preliminary round games today. Canada against Argentina coming up, then the US against Chile, and the all-South American battle between Brazil and Colombia. So Canada against Argentina, the first matchup inside the sports hall.
Their captain, number 10,
Canadians.
Trevor Hirschfield. Number 2, Travis Burrell. Number 4, Jason Crone. Number 7, Byron Green. Number 8, Mike Whitehead. Number 9, Cody Caldwell. Number 11, Fabien Lavoie. Number 12, Patrice Dagenet. Number 14, David Wilsey. Number 15, Patrice Sibard. Number 33, Zach Medell. Canada is led by their head coach, Kevin Orr.
El profesor Lawson T. Y representando a Argentina.
And representing Argentina, led by their captain, number 5, Juan Foa. Number 1, Juan Herrera. Number 3, Ignacio Aranze. Number 4, Nicolas Stopanengo. Number 6, Daniel Villegas. Number 7, Matias Cardozo. Number 8, Lucas Camusi. Number 9, Fernando Pantin Colombo. Number 12, Mariano Gastaldi. Number 13, Brian Nascimento. Number 22, Leonardo Abbas. Number 24, Fernando Cañuvel. Argentina's head coach, Federico Manini.
Desde árbitro puso match zone. Los árbitros de este partido son.
The referees for this evening's match from
So
Australia,
David,
Liam
Canada
Costello.
unbeaten
And from
coming
the
into
United
this
States,
game. How do you see
Joshua
this one
Kearns.
going against Argentina?
Canada so far has clearly been the class of this tournament, ranked number 2 in the world. I see no reason why they will have any difficulties with Argentina, although Argentina had a strong game last night against Chile, so perhaps I'll be surprised.
There is Kevin Orr, the American coach of the Canadian team, used to coach the US team, so his week is going to get more interesting, I think, as the days go by.
That game against the United States, I'm sure, for many reasons, will be an important game for a lot of people on that team.
Federico Manini, the coach of the Argentines.
Number 1, Juan Herrera.
Starting lineup for Canada, Travis Burrell, Byron Green, Cody Caldwell. Watch out for number 33, the young superstar of Canada, Zach Medell.
Medell, not only a superstar within a Canadian context, he's either the best or the second best player in the world.
Juan Herrera, we saw him yesterday, along with Cardozo, had big games in Argentine's first win as well. There he is, Medell has already made his presence very much felt. 23 goals in the opening game against Brazil, 19 more in that win over Colombia. And those are the standings as we go into day 3. The US and Canada both protecting 2-0 records. Argentina currently standing in 4th place, but certainly with thoughts of getting into perhaps a bronze medal game later in the week.
And that one loss for Argentina coming against the 3rd-ranked internationally American team. So certainly not against an opponent that they should take lightly.
Formalities are complete. We are ready to go on day 3 of wheelchair rugby. 2015 Parapan Games. Canada in red and the dark blue shirts of Argentina. Here we go. And immediately Zach Medell with the ball through to Travis Burrell.
That didn't take very long.
And within 8 seconds, the first goal goes to Canada. So the basics, David, 4 quarters, 8 minutes each, 4 players on court at any one time for each team. But it's not quite as simple as that. the 4 players have a sport classification, so let's go through that before we get any further.
Sure, so Zach Medell, the player with the ball right now, would be classified as a 3.5. He would have the most physical ability based on his disability through classifying. A player with a 0.5 score would have the least functional ability, and you can't have more than 8 points on the floor.
So it's not just a matter of putting 4 players or 4 athletes on the court, it's a matter of doing the maths as well. And when we see substitutions, you've explained this before, but it bears repeating that quite often we'll see substitutes inserted in pairs. So we see the first goal for Argentina.
That's correct, Nigel. So typically a coach will have pairs, a 3.5 and a 0.5, a 2 and a 2, 2.5 and a 1.5. That'll come in and out together, and they get to know each other extremely well. What I do want to point out is that just because a player is a 3.5 doesn't necessarily make them more or less valuable, because they're only as good as their teammates.
Morao with the pass. And in is Cody Caldwell. Canada up by 3-1. And if it's the first time you're joining us for Wheelchair Rugby, let's advise you that the goals, David, come thick and fast. It's not uncommon to see 100 goals scored in the space of 1 game.
So the Canadian pressure creating a turnover there. After a goal is scored or a turnover, the offensive team has 12 seconds by which to get the ball over the center court line. The relentless pressure by the Canadian defense there thwarted the Argentinians doing so.
Medell using his speed, trying to find a way around Cardozo. Needs a little bit of help. Comes
Fabulous pass.
in the form of Travis Morao.
Zach Medell can hurt you in so many different ways. Power, speed, tremendous passing.
Taking a tumble, Juan Herrera trying to get his pass away on that far side to Fernando Canyumil. Herrera, as you can see, is tipped over. And out come the mats.
Wheelchair rugby players have to be brave and courageous, knowing they're going to take a big hit, potentially being knocked on their backside, such as we've just seen there.
Hit from Morao, and the pass in the end just too far ahead of Canyumil. But Juan Herrera is one tough customer, and he's got a good turn of speed on him as well.
What a great pass. Threw it out there, had the proper backspin on it, hit Cody Caldwell right in stride. This is not an easy pass to make. Like a quarterback hitting a wide receiver going full speed.
Herrera with the punch forward, looking for Canyumil.
And another example of not an easy pass to make. Going over top of the coverage. Right on the money.
Canyumil getting away from Medell. Not even the great Zach Medell could stop Canyumil from scoring that time. So 5-2 in favor of the Canadians. And straight down the other end with that acceleration. Medell in to score again.
We have an equipment timeout called on the court for Argentina. We've said this before, but it bears repeating. The equipment managers, potentially the most important people on the bench for each team. And they're given 60 seconds by which to make the change so that the player can continue playing or a substitution is required. It's like watching a Formula One pit stop.
That is Fernando Pantin Colombo, the oldest member of the Argentine team. Have another look at this punch out from Herrera.
We've seen him make passes like this throughout the tournament, and we liken him to an Australian rules football player with a hand pass.
Back underway after the equipment timeout. Canada ball coming.
So there was a turnover caused by the Argentinian player not coming out of bounds directly and trying to use the out of bounds lane to his advantage.
Inbound to Medell. In front of him is Green.
Oh, great bounce
Pass
pass.
in.
Caldwell knows he's in tight.
Liddell, can he get those two wheels over? He can. Another goal for Canada to extend that lead to a margin of 5. The whole of the chair does not have to be over the whole of the line. Just 2 of the wheels for the goal to count. And Emil.
Good quick hands by Caldwell. Oh, too quick. Not quick enough. He got caught reaching in.
Now, when you say reaching in, that obviously is a violation.
Yeah,
How does that work?
Similar to a foul in a basketball game. Each player has their rights to their vertical space, and so reaching in to grab the ball and then being touched by the other player would constitute a foul.
So Morao briefly out penalised, but as soon as the goal is scored, as it is this time by Canyumil, the team's back to 4-on-4.
Oh, and that's a foolish error by the Argentinian. He crossed the line very, very briefly, but still was in the space that Caldwell had to his right in front of his net.
So Canyumil into the penalty box for a maximum of 60 seconds or until the next goal is scored. And I don't think we've gone 60 seconds in any game without a goal being scored. Here comes Medal.
When you're a player down in wheelchair rugby, there's a lot of space that's suddenly available to you, and it's rare that a goal doesn't get scored.
Medal obliged on that occasion, as he has done so many times already in this 2015 Parapan Am Games. The baby of the bunch, just 21 years of age.
That's right, I've heard him referred to as the baby-faced assassin. I'm not sure he approves that or appreciates it, but I've heard it used.
Now Herrera, quick change, pace.
Look at the speed, though, of Medel, being able to go back and forth, back and forth. Oh.
Great persistence, though, in the end by Herrera.
Parado made a fabulous play.
To change this way, that way. Great maneuverability by the Argentine number 1.
Those were great plays by both players right there.
Medel for Morao, unchallenged, unmarked. And straight down the other end, and another goal for the Canadians. That was on the starting 4 for that game against the Colombians, and once again today against Argentina, as was Medal. The 7 for Argentina, Matias Cardoso, he certainly caught the eye in their opening win against Chile yesterday. A long pass forward.
Cardoso has to do a better job of getting that pass.
Can he get those wheels across? Canyumil fenced in.
So the call there is that an offensive player is only allowed to remain in the key for 10 seconds. They had boxed him in, call was made, lost possession.
And the key is that rectangle you see just in front of the goal pylons, if you like. Well, there is some way to stop Zach Medal. That's when his chariot needs a little bit of running repairs.
Puncture his tire.
So the equipment manager out. The pit stop completes. And those rosy cheeks of Zach Medal back in action again.
That might have been the first time I haven't seen him smiling in the last 3 days.
The big pass forward.
Great pass to Simard.
Taken in by Patrice Simard. Simard with 5 goals in the opening game against Brazil, 4 more against Colombia. There's the punch ahead again. Finds Canyumil. Stopped by Medal. Finds Cardoso. Cardoso forced to the left. Meeting the Canadian sandwich. Cardoso forced to turn.
You'll see the Argentinian players going in and out of that key, because once they get in and they get pinned in, it's very difficult to come
I think
out.
Colombo is in there at the moment, but he needs the ball quickly. He's going to have to come out. Now he's gone back in again. Herrera trying to find him, trying to go around the long way, but the punch is out of bounds on that far side.
A little high. Canada has some of their wily old veterans out on the floor right now. Dave Wilson, Patrice Simard have both been playing close to 20 years each. Hirschfield and Medel are relative newcomers.
Medel, as we said, is only 21 years of age, but I gather he has 4 years of experience at this game. So, and 4 goals already in this particular game. So his personal tally continues to go up. We'll see. The ball out for Simard.
A player you should try to watch for the next shift is Hirschfield, number 10, recognized as perhaps one of the best players also in the world, classed at 1.0, so the expectations for the functional ability are not as high as they might be for Zach Medel, but watching him, he plays above perhaps the expectations of that classification.
Cardozo. Medel at his back. No bother by Wilsey. Still Cardozo. Simard in strongly. Cardozo trying to force his way through.
Great defense.
Interception by Medel. And guess where this is going?
I think Medel baited him a bit there, almost like a defensive back baiting a quarterback to make a throw that he wished he would have had back. Oh, you could hear the tires puncturing from here. Players are not allowed to make contact before the whistle, so you'll see them circling almost like sharks looking for their prey.
Herrera. Look at the speed that generates.
Big hit by Medel.
Got the pass away. Herrera's continued his movement. Cardozo trying to find him. There's the dribble. You need to dribble once every 10 seconds. Medel all over Cardozo.
Hirschfield cuts him off.
Canyumil lingering around the key area. Cardozo.
Oh, Canyumil did a nice job of boxing out and allowing that lane right through the corner.
Cardozo in at the
Sealing
corner.
the corner, Canyumil.
It's sometimes as simple as that. But you need somebody who can make that pass, and when you've got Zach Medel on your team, those passes look very simple.
I have not seen many of Medel's passes go awry these last 3 days.
I think Colombo in possession, finds Cardozo, and then finds his way into trouble. And timeout on the court, called by the players. Now let's just talk a little bit about timeouts here.
So each team is allowed to call 4 timeouts for the entire game while on the court, and then there are 2 coaches' timeouts that may be called during a stoppage in play. You will most typically see a timeout called when they know that they're somehow going to create a turnover because of an infraction. In that particular instance, Argentina knew that the 12 seconds was just about to tick off.
So a total of 6 timeouts allowed per team in the course of game. As David just explained, 4 from the court by the players, 2 are coaches' times outs as well. But when they're gone, they're gone.
They are gone. Got to get the ball over quickly.
Cardozo still inside his own half of the field, now into opposition, looking for Canyumil. Medel picked up the loose ball, and then the acceleration away by Medel. Well, it's a joy to watch.
I don't know if I've seen another player this week that can match the speed of Zach Medel.
Speed in so many sports is a key, and there is no question in my mind that wheelchair rugby is any different in that regard.
Agreed. Medel almost pushes his opponent right out the backside, which would have caused a turnover, and as Hirschfield comes in, creates the second pop, jars the ball loose, and it goes out of bounds, Canada's ball.
Minute 28 left in the first quarter. There are 4 quarters of 8 minutes each. And 12 players per roster. They do not change on the fly, do they, David? They have to wait for a stoppage in play.
Correct. It's more akin to a basketball switch as opposed to a hockey change on the fly.
Here goes David Wilsey. Canada continues to stretch the lead. Loop pass from Medel into the arms of Wilsey.
And on that last replay, you saw that Wilsey was able to gain control of the ball before the front two wheels crossed the goal line.
Well, the timeout coming from the Argentines. Second timeout for the Argentinians. As you can see, we still have more than a minute remaining in the first period.
So that's an indication right there that the pressure Canada is providing on Argentina is starting to wear on them, and they've already used up 2 of their timeouts in the first quarter. That's not a good sign.
Inbound from Canyumil, finds Cardoso. Immediately his way is blocked by Zach Medel. Canyumil managed to maneuver his way back to receive the pass.
One of the strategies you'll see employed is teams will try to force the ball out of the hands of a high point player who then most likely has better hand control.
Look at that pass from Medel, straight in for Wilsey. Picked up the loose ball and almost in one movement released it. Have another look.
Again, it's like the all-star quarterback hitting the receiver right in stride. Point scored.
17-5 in favor of the Canadians. The world's number 2 team.
Medel can smile, but he knows he got caught there.
So he is human after all. There he is in the penalty box. Can't do anything until the next goal is scored. Little breather for the young Canadian. So short-handed the Canadians for the time being. Cardoso, Canyumil, and in for the goal. 6 for the Argentines, which means the return, of course, of Medel. They're wearing 33.
So again, the whistle hasn't gone, so they... Oh, it did go, so they're getting their contact perhaps before the whistle.
Medel battering with Cardoso, looking for the pass away, hit by Herrera. Medel, 2 Argentinas to maneuver around. And in the final seconds of the first quarter, he's taking his time here.
He's doing this on purpose, in part because what he wants to do is score only with 2 or 3 seconds left. And then what that does is Argentina is then credited with having possession of the ball to end the quarter. Canada then gets first possession to start the next quarter. So it's almost as if they're getting an extra possession simply by timing the score.
So Medel, as you see, scored with just 4 seconds remaining on the clock in the first period, which expires. And Medel smiled for the young man. And a thoroughly professional first quarter from the Canadians in a game they would expect to win against Argentina. And Medel already has scored 7 goals in this first period. At the end of the first quarter, Canada leads Argentina 18-6. Well, right from the off, David, Canada in control.
Yeah, and certainly not a surprise. It's certainly pushed and driven around the talents of Zach Medel, whether he's scoring or passing.
1 or 2 big hits as well.
Yeah, certainly it's not called murder ball, or wasn't called originally murder ball, without its reasons. And big hitting is a big part of this game.
Wonderful maneuverability from the Argentine number 1, Herrera. That's something we've seen before.
So far the game has gone according to what we expected. Perhaps we'll see Argentina come out with somewhat of a different look in the second quarter.
Manini, you see there, talking to his troops, trying to stem the tide of Canadian offense. And of course, create opportunities for themselves. Second period about to get underway. Jostling for position. Not sure that's the right expression, but that's what it appears to be to me. Second period underway then. Canada in reds. And Argentina in those dark blue vests. And immediately Cardozo in for the opening goal of the second period. See the 40-second shot clock there. Just explain that for our viewers, David.
So like in basketball, as soon as the ball is inbounded, the team only has a certain period of time with which to score, in which case Canada doesn't need their full 40 seconds. But that's another mechanism by which a team can create a turnover, is not allowing their opposition to do so.
So the three key timing elements are, as we will see here, Argentina need to get it over half court within 12 seconds as part of that 40 seconds to execute the move at the other end.
Correct.
Then there is also, of course, the dribble time as well.
That's right. So a team, a player who has possession of a ball must either pass it or dribble it before 10 seconds expires. Otherwise, that's a turnover.
Deep inside their own territory, but Cardozo has some room here. Trying to maneuver away from Medel. Spins away effectively. And he's got some room on that far side. And in goes Cardozo again to reduce the arrears.
Yeah, Cardozo has come out of the second quarter playing very well.
Cardozo now has 3 goals himself. Medel scores another for him. He's up to 9. And Canada into the 20s against Argentina quickly inside the second quarter.
So that player, because it hit the Argentinian who was not fully in bounds yet, and the wheelchair is part of the body, was therefore determined to be out of bounds.
So Canada inbound from that far side. Trevor Hirschfield in possession.
Referees are just making sure that the shot clock is being reset to 40 seconds.
Hirschfield inbound. Whitehead.
You'll notice on the bottom of your screen,
gets through.
in the bottom of your screen, you can see number 7 there, just pinning in number 24 from Argentina. The Argentinian had no recourse because he either had to go out of bounds, which would be a turnover, or he'd have to foul the Canadian player to get out. He got pinned into his own corner.
Daniel Cardozo backing up. We've seen goals scored backing in as well. That's not unusual. Cardozo being shunted by Whitehead. Still in possession.
Quick hands by Hirschfield. Oh, nice move by Cardozo.
Together with Medel, Cardozo looking for
So
an
it's
exit
down to 5
strategy.
seconds.
Finds it. Canyamil across, and good patience there by Cardozo.
So that was an example where that 40-second shot clock was running down, and he saw his cutting player. Similar strategies that you'll see in basketball, where players will cut to the net and look for that pass.
Whitehead in unopposed for another goal for the Canadians. 4 on the court at any one time for Canada at the moment. Byron Green, Mike Whitehead, Trevor Hirschfield, and the aforementioned Zach Medel. For the Argentinians, timeout is called. Juan Herrera, Juan Foa, Matias Cardozo, the influential number 7, and Fernando Canyamil.
Juan Foa is very instrumental in the development of the sport in South America. He's the president of the International Wheelchair Sport Federation.
There he is for quickly into Canyamil. Quickly is find his way blocked by Whitehead.
Canyamil and Whitehead, 2 of the stronger players you'll see on the court right now.
Battle for possession. First there was Whitehead. Big hit from Cardozo, but Whitehead scoots away, sees this gap, and in over. Good acceleration from Mike Whitehead. Whitehead scored 10 goals in the victory over Colombia. So he doesn't need an invitation to score.
The hitting seems to have intensified in this last quarter.
Put ahead from Herrera, stopped by the referee's whistle.
So another timeout called. It's the first time we'll have seen Fabien Lavoie come in to play for Canada.
Lavoie wears the number 11 vest, there he is, and he'll be expecting to leave his mark on this game. Lavoie 13 goals against Brazil and 19 in that second win over Colombia. Herrera, speed, agility, great maneuverability. Look at that. Always looking forward. Manages to squeeze away through. Difficult to stop him, isn't it?
Yes. He's elusive. He's slippery.
Elusive is very, very good description, and slippery is right. Meanwhile, Mike Whitehead ahead of Cardozo.
If Whitehead gets just an inch separation, he's so strong that you're not able to slow him down.
Whitehead, second leading scorer in this game for Canada so far. He has a personal tally of 4, 24-10 in favor of the Canadians. Looking to notch up their third straight victory. Cardozo, Lavoie, coming to counter him, but his way was cut off, and Cardozo, and good strong movement from the Argentine.
That was a very smart move by Cardozo, clever. Was able to see the blocks and the picks and how they were opening up a hole for him on that left-hand side.
Lavoie finds Whitehead. Spins. And again, clever movement by Whitehead. Has a little bit of a shield there from Dagenet. To score again. Canada to 25. As we see the inbound from the goal line, you often see players lining up against each other. Just explain that for us and why that actually happens. What's the purpose that Lavoie comes forward to score for Canada?
So let's watch now as Argentina, after this replay of Lavoie scoring play. We expect big things from Lavoie tonight. So as Argentina sets up, the Canadian players will position themselves to try and get into the passing lanes, and will try to take some players out of the play.
Trying to take Cardozo out of the play at the moment, but unsuccessful. Away comes Canyumel. His fifth goal for the Argentine cause.
The other thing that you will notice is even when goals are scored, the transition from offense to defense and defense to offense has to be immediate. And it's the positioning that needs to take place.
Some running repairs from Juan Herrera. Mobile again. As Mike Whitehead inbounds. Finds Lavoie. Quick turn by Lavoie. Needs to get over halfway inside 12 seconds. Comfortably does that. And then that acceleration away.
Canada certainly benefits from that strong 1-2 punch of Medel and Fabien Lavoie, and then having Mike Whitehead also provide scoring makes them perhaps unbeatable.
Herrera forward. He was looking for four. Couldn't gather it in. Out of bounds.
Foa tried as hard as he could to convince the referee that it went off of Whitehead, to no avail.
Referee wasn't having any of it.
Substitution for Argentina. Coming into the game for number 24, Fernando Canio.
In comes Daniel Viegas, wearing 6 for Argentina. 2 goals in each of his first 2 games for Viegas. Wow, he's showing that acceleration again away from Cardozo.
Yeah, he just turned that corner. Cardozo wasn't able to cut him off.
The goal tally continues to mount towards 30 for Canada.
Playing defense in rugby, wheelchair rugby, is similar to that of football, where the defenders will try and push a player towards the middle of the court. So that's where their teammates are able to assist, as opposed to letting them get the outside edge where no one can help.
Cardozo just had the whole court to himself and got buffeted as he approached the goal line, but managed to get a couple of wheels over. The score will stand. Personal tally of 5 now for Matias Cardozo. Whitehead, the dribble.
There was a perfect example where the Argentinians played it well, philosophically, but they weren't strong enough to hold Whitehead from busting through the middle.
I'm not sure what is philosophical about wheelchair rugby. I'm going to have to ask you to explain that. As best you can, Professor.
The zen of wheelchair rugby.
If you say so. Herrera. Twisting, turning, looking to get out. They've got to get over halfway within 12 seconds. Herrera knows it.
Oh, there's another example right there.
Didn't make it.
And you noticed on that one, the Canadian players kept trying to turn him back towards the middle where the help was. He got clogged up, 12 seconds.
So Canada ball inbound from Hirschfield. Lavoie. Quick turn inside. And too quick away from Cardozo again. And Lavoie's personal tally is growing at a very rapid rate. Lavoie, 3.0 sport classification.
So for those of you watching for the first time, you may have noticed that Zach Medel perhaps is slightly more functional than Fabien Lavoie, and hence the 3.5 to 3 classification. It's often very difficult, however, to notice those subtle differences between those classes that are only 0.5 apart.
We're looking there briefly at Juan Herrera, who is a 2.5 classification, obviously an amputee. Cardozo spun around by Dagenet.
So the game was originally designed for only those with spinal cord injuries that resulted in quadriplegia. So above a certain level around your chest area where you would break your spinal cord. Second thoracic for those of you who are anatomy fans. But it's been expanded now to other disabilities, muscular dystrophy, amputations, cerebral palsy as examples.
Turnover by the Argentinians. And away goes Lavoie again. Short-handed goal. Dagenet in the penalty box, but they scored nonetheless.
Yeah, just showing the dominance and the speed of the Canadian players.
Cardozo, who's better than most for the Argentines.
Look at this, they might even get a 12 seconds. Well, short-handed.
Still not over halfway, it is now, but given away. The flip forward by Lavoie. And easy as pie for Mike Whitehead. 32 goals to 13. 2:32 left in the second quarter. Canada the host, the world #2 team. Only after Australia, the world champions. Cardozo.
Oh, big hit by Hirschfield.
Cardozo, though, manages to regain possession. Scoots away from Lavoie.
I don't want to bemoan this issue of classification, but a player like Hirschfield, who's classified as a 1.0, can rarely make a big pop like that.
Wow, quick turn. There is that goal from Cardozo. As Canada runs in yet another goal at the other end of the court to extend their lead to 33 to 14. Just a shade over 2 minutes left to half-time for it is 4 8-minute quarters.
So in that particular instance, the Argentinian player, Herrera, tried to get inbounds by going along the baseline, and he's not allowed to do that. He needs to come out straight away, but the Canadian player kept cutting him off. The referee determined that he was trying to get an advantage by remaining out of bounds.
Lavoie, the dribble. All his teammates ahead of him. And the clever pop pass through for Whitehead.
So that was a set play right there, much like an option that you would see in a football game where the quarterback comes down the line of scrimmage, can either hang on to the ball if Seven doesn't come over to him, or pass off to Whitehead as he did for an easy score.
Juan Herrera stayed in bounds, flattered by 2 Canadian wheelchairs. Cardoso, not much room to operate. The Argentine number 7 throws it away, looking for 4. Quickly in was Whitehead, and Lavoie had a loop pass from Whitehead. 35-14. Minute and 29 left in the second period. So Juan Foa will come to retrieve an inbound behind his own goal line.
Bo calls an equipment timeout. I think that's the 3rd equipment timeout he's had to call.
It's not, maybe he just needs a breather.
How many wheels? How many wheels did he bring?
Well, talking about how many wheels did he bring, it's a point that we should probably discuss in terms of, as a traveling team, how many wheels do you bring? I mean, how much? I mean, these wheelchairs really do take a battering, as is patently obvious.
Yes. I'm not quite sure, quite honestly, how they last for a full week's competition like this. I would suspect that the equipment manager, Whitehead, calls a timeout just before he goes out of bounds to save the possession.
Like Whitehead.
Coming back to the equipment manager, the welder, per se, is likely the most important person on the team. And I can only imagine how late into each night they must work to make sure that these wheelchairs are ready to go for the following day's competition.
Whitehead and Medel pump there. Just a little embrace on the sideline as Canada takes a timeout and a moment just to recapture that breath as we approach halftime. Canada in a formidable position, close to the interval. Bound by Trevor Hirschfield.
Whitehead just follows his block by Hirschfield. Almost like an option for a running back to see how his linemen set up the blocks. And it was just an easy cross to the center line for him.
Shot clock at halfway, 19 seconds, but finds Lavoie. Lavoie goes.
Something perhaps worth pointing out is only 2 wheels need to cross the line in order to score a goal, and it can be any 2 wheels with the exception of those 2 back caster wheels that you see that are anti-tip wheels.
So they don't count in terms of getting 2 wheels over.
Correct.
Villegas trying to find a teammate. But, turnover by the Argentines, and then Canny Mill reaching in and will be penalized.
The Argentinians are looking to either strip the ball or create a jump ball scenario. The difficulty in doing so, of course, is that you're reaching into the opposition player's space, and it's often a foul.
It's Cardoso, indeed, who's been sent to the penalty box. Seemed to be that Canny Mill was reaching in as well.
Yeah, could have been either of those 2 players.
Maybe both of them, but Cardoso will sit out for a few seconds until the next goal is scored. Reaching back was Fabien Lavoie. To take the ball on the move.
You'll notice with the wheelchairs as well, the backrest is considerably lower than an everyday chair to allow that motion that Fabien Lavoie did, where he was able to reach back to rein in the ball.
Once again, we've seen it before. Lavoie just taking his time as the clock ticks down towards half-time.
Sees Whitehead, he'll try and score with 2 or 3 seconds left.
He's going to back in, is he? He is going to back in.
I heard someone refer to that as the moonwalk goal.
And the buzzer. And halftime comes with Canada in a position of authority, which they expected to be. They've worked hard in this first half and have shown consistency with 18 points in the first period, 19 more in the second period. And at halftime in this preliminary round wheelchair rugby game, day 3, it is Canada leading Argentina by 37-14. So first half stats, the most important one, of course, is the scoreline. Canada 37-14 over Argentina. And then the next most obvious stat that jumps out of the page, David, is the turnovers by the Argentines.
Yeah, 16 turnovers to none. That's a clear indication of the score of the game. Argentina will need to cut down on that if they want to come back in the second half.
Let's show you some highlights from the first half. Number 33 is Zach Medell. If you don't know about him yet, you will know about him by the end of the week. He is Canada's young superstar, and Canada has scored almost at will. Coming forward, strong defense as well as offense from Medell.
Hitting, defense, passing, scoring. Zach Medell can do it all.
33, 21 years of age. A little loop pass, we've seen that. Investigation in for Wilsey. But good scoring from the Canadians in this first half. Medell has 9 goals. He's been matched by Whitehead with 9 as well. And just behind, not starting the game, Fabien Lavoie has 8 goals. The Argentines have stemmed the tide as best they can. That another goal from Lavoie. Canyamil has 5 goals. Cardoto's 6 for Argentina at the interval. But by comparison, the opportunities have been generally few and far between, and Canada are where they would expect to be.
Yes, Canada clearly the cream of the class with this tournament. They haven't disappointed so far.
Half-time then, Canada in control, leading Argentines by 37 points to 14. Welcome back to the Mississauga Sports Centre. Second half underway, third period, if you like, and Fabien Lavoie within, what, 3 or 4 seconds of the restart. Ready to extend Canada's lead over Argentina. First half largely dominated by those red vests of Canada, the second-ranked team in the world after the Australians. The Americans, who we will see later, ranked number 3. And David Legg, many of us expect to see Canada and the US playing for the gold medal later on in the week.
Yes, Canada ranks second in the world right now. The United States ranked third. The 4 teams from South America are all ranked in the 20s. So certainly expectations are that Canada and the United States will play for the gold. That does not diminish, however, the effort that's being put forward by those 4 South American teams and their pursuit, perhaps, of the bronze.
Start of the second half for Canada. For on court, Travis Moreau, Jason Crone, Fabien Lavoie, who you just saw score another goal, and Patrice Simard. For Argentina, it is Daniel Viegas, Matias Cardoso. Over goes Lavoie again. Fernando Pantin Colombo and Fernando Canyumil. Cardoso with 6 goals, Canyumil with 5 so far. For Argentina, Lavoie takes a tumble on that far side. Mats will appear as if by magic. Hit
Big,
coming in
strong
from Viegas.
From the side. It's a penalty if the hit occurs behind the axle of the wheel. It appeared to me that it was straight on, so no penalty called.
Which, of course, is the decision of the on-court referees, who for this game are Liam Costello of Australia and Josh Kearns of the United States.
Perhaps worth sharing is that in this tournament, only one team, the winner, will qualify for the 2016 Paralympic Games next summer in Rio de Janeiro.
Well, you say qualifying, that's the key word, because Brazil is one of the competitors here. But of course, the 2016 Paralympic Games take place in Brazil, and they qualify as the host nation.
Correct.
So plenty to play for, as David says here, not just gold medal and glory in Canada, but also that ticket to Rio in the summer of 2016. Here goes Lavoie again. So inbound from behind the goal line, fumble. Lavoie could be in again here. Hands off this time to Simard. And that's the sort of mistakes that the Argentines can ill afford to make.
Correct. They need to be able to more easily get the ball past their half-court line. It comes back to those 16 turnovers in the first half that we talked about earlier.
Cardoso, the hit came in from Lavoie. Cardoso continued his movement. Canyumil in a bit of a bind. Finds some room away. Maneuver.
Nice pass.
Backing into goal was Matias Cardoso.
So here he could either try to score on his own or dish. He chose the easier route with the pass.
Travis Moreau for Canada. Just out of the reach of Jason Crone.
That was the right pass, just not an accurate pass.
Back on the court, Juan Herrera. Taking over from Daniel Viegas as the substitution is made for the South Americans. Inbound from Pantin Colombo. Evades them all.
Ball bounced off the Argentinian's wheelchair. Canada's ball.
Inbound from Crone. For Lavoie. Straight route to goal for Lavoie. Herrera did his best to stop him. Cardozo away from Rao, good burst of speed. And across quickly. Lavoie distracts the Argentine. Out of bounds. Argentina possession.
That was a great hustle play by Lavoie, recognizing that Morao wasn't able to cut off the corner.
Herrera, look at the maneuverability of this man again, and the speed as well. No goal this time.
So Canada was called by having 4 defenders in the key, which they are not allowed to do, and therefore the goal counts.
Fabian Lavoie twisting away from Cardozo. Then on with the afterburners from Lavoie. Well, when he gets up ahead of steam, Fabian Lavoie, there's not much to stop him.
No. No, and you certainly don't want to get in the way.
Daniel turning away, takes the hit from Crow, and then the hit from Lavoie. Retains possession, but he's got to get out of his own half. He's behind Cardozo, but picked up by Herrera. Herrera again. They hustle again from Juan Herrera. Really has impressed me, the Argentine number 1.
Yeah, Herrera's had a great tournament so far, and tonight he certainly doesn't disappoint.
Lavoie, hand off. That might be the easiest goal Jason Krohn will ever score. Daniel comes to collect. Inbound from behind his own goal line. And Cardozo just. Can the Canadians keep him in his own half? Well, Cardozo manages to retain possession.
Good hustle.
Great pass over the top for Canyumel. Have a maneuverability from the South American number 24.
Nice pass. Canyumel makes the smart play to use the block and just coast in.
Meanwhile, talking of coasting in, at the other end, Charles Morao to extend Canada's lead. 5:06 remaining in the third quarter. 8-minute quarters, 4 of them. Quarters, obviously. Cardozo offloads to Canyumel. Lavoie.
Can he get to the ball in time? He tried to get possession and call timeout. Almost went through the shot clock, but not in time.
Well, determination, occasionally chasing lost causes, but that's the way these players are trained. There is no such thing as a lost cause in this game. Every little helps, as they say.
Very smart pass.
But no goal.
No goal called because he hit the pylon before 2 wheels crossed the goal line.
You can take the pylon out, but only once those front wheels are over the goal line. This time he took the pylon out beforehand. Big hit from Morao. He can get the pass away. Did well to find Lavoie. Sima. Stopped by Cardozo. In for Morao. Turning away from trouble. Now there's some room for Morao.
Smart play by Morao just to keep the ball, hold on to it, let his other players set the picks on the edge. Easy goal.
That was a classic example, David, of players not necessarily in possession hitting each other, which is, of course, totally legal in this game. But we did begin to describe a little earlier as Morao comes away the type of hits permitted, as Sima will go in for another goal, between opponents.
Yes, so you're allowed to make contact at any time after the whistle has blown, but a hit that is behind the axle that causes a spin will get called, but otherwise, it's all legal.
The punch forward finds Cardozo with the lob pass. Cardozo backing his way out of trouble. Lavoie trying to nick it off him. Cardozo strong in possession.
And here what they're trying to do is push him over the center court line, so it's an over and back call.
Lavoie did just push it into touch, but it will be inbound for Argentina. Antin Colombo across to inbound. 3:47 remaining in the third quarter. Canada in, as you can say, what appears to be an unassailable position. But, some repairs to the chair of Fernando Canyumil. And it's as quickly done as that. Antin Colombo for Cardozo. Still the same 12-second rule applies. Cardozo is over halfway. Then the hit comes in from Morao. Canyumil on that far side, looking for the pass, the dribble. Shot clock. And the pass goes astray in the end. The shot clock expires.
So we're seeing the return of Zach Medell now. And you'll notice as well that typically the substitutions come in groups of 2. And right away, Medell makes his presence felt with an accurate pass for an easy goal.
Morao over again. Morao now has 5 goals of his own. Lavoie leads Canada with 13 in this game.
Canada with a strong press. In that particular instance, Morao went out of bounds on the baseline while defending.
Straight into the penalty box as a result. So Canada shorthanded temporarily.
So in those types of infractions, if you have the ball, it's a loss of possession. If you don't have the ball, it's a 1-minute penalty.
There's Camusi. With a substitute, finds Herrera. Immediately the hit comes in from Medell. And then another from Jason Crone. Herrera using that speed to escape trouble, at least temporarily. Got a timeout.
Perhaps it's worth noting that this is the very first time that wheelchair rugby is being played in the Parapan American Games. And Toronto was actually the host of the very first international tournament in wheelchair rugby way back in 1989, with only Canada, the United States, and Great Britain participating. Today there's close to 40 nations that are playing wheelchair rugby throughout the world.
And as you say, the game has spread exponentially. I mean, Australia are the world champions. New Zealand have had a strong team as well. And so the cause is being taken up globally now.
Yes, and teams such as Japan now are starting to be stronger, and there's a number of European teams that are consistently in the top 10.
So Argentina trailing Canada by 30 points. Inbound from Camusi. And away comes over halfway, the impressive Herrera again. Could change of direction. Then the dribble as well. Managed to keep his balance. He's all action, Herrera. I do enjoy watching him. Manages
How
to
did he get that
offload
pass in
to
there?
Canyumil.
He passed that off of Medell's back.
It's terrific stuff. All about the industry of Juan Herrera. Number 1 in more ways than one for Argentina. And then Patrice Dagenet in for a simple goal for Canada.
Watch Herrera's pass. I don't know if he necessarily meant to do this, but he ricocheted off Medell's back to his partner.
You know what? I wouldn't put it past him. I really wouldn't. Whatever works for him. It certainly did ricochet off Medell's right shoulder through for Canyamil, and the goal stands. 30 points the difference between Canada and Argentina. 2:35 left in the third quarter. Canada has scored 65 points in their opening game against Brazil, 76 in the second against Colombia, as they approach 50 in the third quarter against Argentina. Amusi inbound. Finds Herrera, forced inside.
Oh, big hit by Medell. So strong, he just pushed him right out of the back goal line. Turnover.
Looks like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth until you put him on a court, and look at the strength of the hit on Herrera.
And then he scores a finesse goal.
There are his mum and dad, proud parents, Sophie and Garrett, on hand to watch their boy lead Canada towards yet another medal.
All the way from beautiful downtown Okotoks, Alberta.
Well, you know what? I had to Google map it, but I know where Okotoks is now. It's just about due south of Calgary, your hometown, I think.
Exactly.
Canyamil waiting for the hit. Give away to Medell, who immediately plays it forward. And stopped is Dagenet.
The Argentinian player defended out of bounds, so the goal counts. Did you notice the spin that Medell put on that pass so that it just sat there perfectly for his teammate to haul in for the score?
Juan Foa, again, now, are you counting the number of times that Juan Foa has had replacement tyres? Because I'm about to lose count, David. That must be the fourth stoppage for the Argentine captain alone.
I wonder if the Argentinians aren't stealing some of the Canadians' wheels while they're not.
Watch Herrera go again. Medell's going to try and cut him off, and he's done so successfully. Then the hit from Morao.
It's the second time that that's happened, where he's been knocked out of bounds, loss of possession.
Inbound from Morao, as a result, finds Medell. Stones to coast, and there's that change of pace, or the cushion pass from Morao. Now, just maneuvers his way around Camusi, and in for another score for Canada. 52-19. Morao has 6 goals of his own now. Medell 10, Lavoie 13. They'll try to cut off the pass. Turnover again, but it will be an Argentine ball. Inbound from Canyamil, looking for Herrera, finds him. Another big hit from Medell. Herrera is not to be deterred. Dribble. Morao is closest to him.
You'll notice the Canadians don't sit in their key and wait for the Argentinians to come to them. They aggressively attack them on defense, which leads to turnovers just like that.
And when you turn over to a player like Zach Medell, there is usually only one outcome, David.
Goal.
(53-19). Just over a minute remaining in the third quarter. Day 3 of wheelchair rugby at the 2015 Parapan Games. Canada coming in as one of the strong favourites for gold. As David mentioned a little earlier on, Medell kept it in play. Morao giving chase, also kept it in play. And then, straight over the top of it,
So the
Here's
Argentinian.
Canyamil. He's got the ball stuck under his chair here.
So that's a jump ball, and the possession arrow, which you can see just behind Canyamil, indicates that it's Argentinian ball.
Substitutions getting ready for Argentina. Inbound Pantin Colombo and Brian Nascimento. There goes Juan Fua and Lucas Camusi. So an illustration of what David was saying, the substitutions often made in pairs. As you see some attention to the wheelchair of Juan Herrera. All ready to go again. And Yumil, surrounded by red chairs. Ahead of him is Nascimento. Trying to go himself, Canyamil. Herrera, the big hit comes in. Spinning, turning, trying to maneuver his way in.
So there was a hold on the Canadian player. I didn't see it. He must have somehow gotten his arm into the chair itself.
Jason Crone has been penalized into the penalty box. Herrera trying to find a way away from Medel.
Great pass.
Canyamil in.
Watch this quick pass, boom, right on the money.
Herrera for Canyamil. Medel moving with such grace and poise. Even in a game where thudding wheelchairs are the norm, he has that style and that ability and that speed. He'll just hold his line here as the clock runs down to 3 seconds left in the period. Which will guarantee Canada possession at the start of the fourth quarter. Colombo. As the buzzer goes at the three-quarter mark in this game. Canada on course for another impressive victory. 12 goals for Medel, 13 for Lavoie. And after 3 quarters, Canada in control against Argentina, leading by 54 goals to 20. Show you some of the highlights of Fabrice Lavoie, who is the leading point scorer for Canada so far, despite taking his lumps along the way.
We spend a lot of time talking about Zach Medel. Fabien Lavoie is no slouch and certainly provides an enormous 1-2 punch from Canada, both from a scoring perspective and also from an intimidating defense perspective.
What is the one thing that makes him better than most?
Well, I think that last highlight we just saw where he was sprinting to get the ball before it went out of bounds. He's a talented individual physically, but he's also a talented individual with that character and that work ethic. And that translates when one of your best players on your team is willing to go all out like that to get a loose ball, that carries over to the rest of the team.
Inside the Mississauga Sports Centre, the fourth quarter underway. Canada in red and in dominant form. And within seconds of the restart, Lavoie over to extend the lead against the dark blue vests of Argentina, who came into this game with a win and a loss. Heavy loss to the Americans, but a bounce-back victory over Chile. Canada 2 for 2, having beaten Brazil and Colombia.
Canada is so well coached. After every quarter, they've taken possession and they've scored within the first 5 seconds on a set play.
Mike Whitehead back in the fray and back in scoring form for Canada. Here's Cardoso with the dribble. Needs to get it out of his own half within 12 seconds. Does so over halfway. Hit coming in from Lavoie, who's also backing in.
It's an example of over and back. He crossed the center line, but then one of the wheels went back over.
So when you're out of your half, it doesn't necessarily mean you stay out of your half. There is that 12-second rule. Lavoie coasts in for another goal. His personal tally now up to 15. Lavoie leading all scorers for Canada. 57-20.
Whitehead just grabbed the ball right off of his lap without him seeing it.
Whitehead up against Nascimento. Turns.
Bounce pass. Well played. Well played.
And for Simard for the score.
Watch this bounce pass. You don't see that used very often. It's usually over top or a chest pass, but he placed it perfectly.
Argentina's number 1, Juan Herrera, for Cardoso. For the give and go, but cut off by Lavoie. Canada approaching the 60-goal mark.
Certainly an effective press that Canada is employing to start this fourth quarter.
I think Colombo is going to need some running repairs before he inbounds from behind his own goal line. Look there at
You can see the
Lavoie and Herrera and Cardoso, and even when there is nothing going on the court, there is that, jockeying for position.
exactly. It's a dance.
Yeah, isn't it just a jump? It is a dance, that's right. Cardoso takes the hit from Lavoie. Over halfway. But quickly in was Mike Whitehead to grab it. Offloads to Lavoie. Another goal for Canada.
And Whitehead knew he was going to take the hit and knew he had to protect the ball. Didn't take his eyes off it, and as soon as he grabbed it, protected it with both arms before thinking about passing it.
Fumble by Nascimento, another turnover by the Argentines. Lavoie quickest to react. And to find a way away from Herrera, does that, and the lob pass for Whitehead. And the goals coming thick and fast for Canada now. Out of bounds, Canada ball. Sprinting over as if his life depended on it, Patrice Simard. With a timeout call. That's for Simard and his teammates just to get a breather. Remember, a total of 6 timeouts per team per game. And of those 6, 4 to be called by the players and 2 more from the bench itself.
And at this point in the game, I think it's clear that Canada is going to win the match. However, both coaches want to prepare their teams for future games in this tournament, perhaps looking ahead to either a gold medal match for Canada or potentially a bronze medal match for Argentina.
Argentina's next game comes up against the Brazilians tomorrow. Canada plays Chile in their 4th round-robin game. But a lot of wheelchair rugby fans, not just in Canada and the United States, looking forward to that crunch battle on Wednesday when Canada and the United States lock horns. In the final round-robin game, Lavoie, a battle that he and Medal and all the Canadians, of course, will relish. And Lavoie, who, well, I was going to say the whitewash, I guess it's a red line, so maybe we should call it a red wash. The goal line. It is a goal, it is a score for Canada. 62-20 in favor of the Red Vests to retreat. But it's a very fair point that you make, David, that when you know that the game is effectively won and the clock is beginning to run down, Cardozo looks to back in, dispossessed by Lavoie. In goes Pantin Colombo for the score. But it is a chance perhaps to rehearse moves for the bigger games to come. Back to that in a moment, as Pantin Colombo finds a way past the Canadian defense on this occasion.
Yeah, certainly there's a bit of a difficulty in that you don't want your top players to get hurt at a time like this when a game has already been won.
Nascimento with the big hit, but didn't prevent Whitehead.
Watch Whitehead. It's as if number 13 wasn't even there.
Well, I heard it up here, and I'm sure they felt it around the arena. But there was no way that Nascimento was stopping Mike Whitehead. Cardozo, once again, has caught the eye for Argentina. Looking for a route. Referee's whistle.
Defensive player was out of bounds.
And it's possession for the Canadians. Sima inbound. Will find Whitehead. In fact, it's intercepted by Cardozo. That far side for Nascimento. His way is blocked. Forced away by Whitehead. Nascimento comes back for more. And Whitehead pushes him and out of bounds.
That was a great tag team by Simard and Whitehead there. Resulting in the infraction of out of bounds.
Lavoie looking for a way out of his own key. Spins away from Pantin Colombo. And now over halfway away from Herrera. Could go the whole way of the court here. That's terrific work from Fabien Lavoie.
Nice head fake.
Literally from one end of the court to the other, as his teammates did the donkey work.
See that quick head fake?
Wonderful stuff from Fabien Lavoie.
Wide open corner.
Approaching a personal tally of 20. He has 19 goals himself now.
Just like Dikembe Mutombo blocking a shot, he should wag his index finger. Not in my house.
Here come the replacements. Ryan Green, Cody Caldwell. David Wilsey back on the court. Wilsey, the oldest member of the senior citizen, perhaps we should call him.
Methuselah.
The most experienced player. Maybe that's the way we should describe the Canadian number 14. But on a semi-serious point, we see there Wilsey, who has the ball now, backing in for the goal. At the age of 47, playing alongside somebody like Medal, who's less than half his age. He's 21 years old, so it's a demonstration, David, that it is a game for all ages and both genders as well, for that matter.
Correct. And the Wilsey family well represented here with his brother doing the announcing.
As Canyamil charges forward, offloads for Cardozo. And then the big hit from Caldwell. Didn't stop the goal.
And Dave Wilsey's value is also seen with that hit from Caldwell, who's also from the Dorchester, London area. And Wilsey has really taken Caldwell under his wing and made him into a national level player that you're seeing right here.
In coasts Caldwell, number 9. On court for the Canadians, Mike Whitehead, Cody Caldwell, Patrice Desjardins, and the aforementioned Dave Wilsey. Argentina at the moment, their quartet: Herrera, Cardoso, Gastaldi, and Canyumil. Here is Cardoso.
Oh, relentless.
Smashed by Whitehead. And then out of bounds. Canada will inbound. With Caldwell. Desjardins. Back for Caldwell. Over half court. Dribble from Desjardins. Caldwell, I beg your pardon. Then unmarked at the far post was Whitehead.
Caldwell showed great patience there, and he had two options to either go to Wilsey or Whitehead.
Argentina over halfway with Cardoso in possession, pursued by Whitehead, but he can't cut him off. Nor, for that matter, could Wilsey. Wilsey spinning away from Canyumil. For Whitehead. Bounce pass in for Caldwell. Easy score for Cozy Caldwell. Canyumil. Blocked and can't keep his balance. The hit came in from Whitehead and it was effective. Here come the mats.
Not a game for the faint of heart. Ball was tipped, lost his balance.
Have another look. Whitehead just tipped the ball away, took the man as well. And Canyumil onto his side. Righted quickly. And I don't think in all the games we've seen so far this week, one player get up and complain or in any way or even show a sign of pain or stress. They just are righted up and they want to get straight back into it, David.
They do not want to be taken off. They don't want to give their coach any reason to substitute for them.
We'll see him for the score for Canada. Approaching the 70 mark, which they achieved against Colombia. Look like they will surpass. Hit from Wilsey on Cardoso. Canyumil, little lob pass forward, and Desjardins backing in. Couldn't find Cardoso, out of bounds. Canada ball. Good defense by the Canadians. Caldwell inbound for Whitehead. Spins away from Cardoso. Nonetheless, trying to just nick it away from him. Whitehead's too strong. Whitehead in the end.
So that's an example of a penalty right there that results in a spin. So hitting behind the axle of the wheel.
And after the ball had gone as well, for good measure. And Mike Whitehead will be tipped forward as Cardoso takes the enforced penalty.
Great show of sportsmanship, though, as Cardoso was headed to the penalty box. He put out a hand just to slap with Whitehead and make sure he was all right.
Time to catch his breath for Cardoso, who's tried his best to drive Argentina forward, certainly alongside Herrera. But it is a cause in vain for the South Americans. Cody Caldwell, 27-year-old, waits for the restart. Just some mopping up on the court. I'll give you a picture. There it is. What are they doing here?
Oh, they're just making sure that any of the marks from the chairs left on the floor getting cleaned up quickly. They're just trying to get any scrapped pieces of
Is just
chair.
marks, or is there debris as well on the
It
floor?
looks like there might have been a bit of
Yeah, I'm trying to look
parts of the
closely here.
chair.
I'm going to say there's pieces of wheelchair, I think, on the court at the moment, which is why we've seen the orange-shirted volunteers called for to clean up the court.
perhaps a few teeth.
It's all the fun of the fair. It's all part of wheelchair rugby. And in the end, Dave Wilsey goes across to inbound for Canada. 2:18 remaining in the fourth quarter. The game effectively won for the Canadians. Turning away and spinning is Caldwell, back for Wilsey. And Canada, for the second time in the 2015 Parapan Am Games, reached the 70-goal mark. And I'm wondering, David, after Argentina chalked up their first win, albeit against the Chileans, as Herrera comes away. Another great burst of speed, then the big hit on Herrera. Came in from Whitehead, good enough to resist him from the goal. And then Caldwell on Cardozo. I was just wondering whether the Canadians would have expected a closer game. Herrera, again, great determination and strength to force his way over the goal line.
Well, I don't think Argentina didn't put forth a good effort. Canada is just so strong. That was a nice over-the-shoulder pass. Canada is just so strong. It makes a team like Argentina appear that they're not perhaps putting forward the great effort that they are.
Wilsey takes his personal tally to 6. Canada have certainly time, with 1:27 remaining in the game, to surpass the 76 goals they scored last night against Colombia. While Herrera nips in behind the Canadian defense.
I still think Argentina has a good shot at the bronze medal, along with Colombia and Brazil.
Whitehead streaks over halfway, away from Cardozo, hit by Herrera, but strong enough to take it in for a goal for Canada. Herrera, Wilsey buzzing around him. Just, look over his shoulder, the hit from Wilsey, the offload from Herrera. The turnover goes straight to Caldwell. Finds Whitehead. Plenty of room ahead of him. Took the hit. But measured the pass for Dagenet. There's hardly a moment's rest. Herrera over halfway. Canyumil. A scoot away from Caldwell. Caldwell's forced him wide. Then the hit from Wilsey. Just behind Canyumil as he tried to take it on the run. Matias Cardoso.
That was a very nice play. Nice
back
pass.
in. Got to be able to go backwards as well as forward in this game.
Great finish for Argentina.
Canyumil leading all scorers for Argentina with 9 goals of the 26 they've scored. Couldn't quite collect it this time. But Argentina will have possession.
These players just love playing. There's 2 seconds left. 73-26, and they're still fighting for that last goal.
The top of everybody in the end from Herrera. Just a couple of seconds remaining. inbound from Canada. It's all a formality now. Can they score in the last second? They cannot. And the final buzzer goes. And Zach Medell's parents, Garrett and Sophie, celebrating alongside a strong pro-Canadian crowd as the hosts, and a big smile from the baby-faced assassin himself, number 33, Zach Medell. It's been another good day at the office for Medell and the Red Vests of Canada. Consistency throughout from the Canadians, 18, 19, 17, another 19 points in the fourth quarter. It's 3-0 for Canada, 1-2 for Argentina. The Canadian mission takes another step towards the likelihood of a gold medal game later in the week. And they have beaten Argentina by 73-26. And a warm welcome to the Mississauga Sports Centre, situated in Mississauga, west of Toronto, near the northern shores of Lake Ontario. And welcome to our continuing coverage of the 2050 Parapan Games in Canada. And it is day 3 of wheelchair rugby. And the matchup you're about to see between one of the powerhouses of the sport, the United States, and the newcomers of Chile. May well be a game heavily weighted in favor of the Americans. Nigel Reid and David Legg in the broadcast booth for you as the players go through their final warm-ups. And now the introductions of the players.
Representando los États-Unis, señoras y señores, representando Estados Unidos.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing the United States, number 3, Rob Deller. Number 4, Adam Scaturo. Number 5, Chuck Aoki. Number 6, Jeff Butler. Number 7, Jason Regier. Number 8, Ernie Chuck. Number 9, Eric Newby. Number 10, Josh Wheeler. Number 11, Seth McBride. Number 12, Chad Cole. Number 14, Joe Delagrave. Number 21, Clayton Bracken. The head coach of the United States, James Gumbert.
Representando Chile, y representando a Chile.
And representing Chile, number 1, Jose Venegas. Number 2, Victor Saiz. Number 3, Pedro Silva. Number 4, Carlos Novoa. Number 5, Alejandro Duran. Number 6, Juan Rodriguez. Number 7, Alexis Barraza. Number 8, Christian Madariaga. Number 10, Christopher Flores. Number 11, Jose Ruiz. Number 12, Andres de head coach Pablo Benavides.
Los árbitros de su match son. Los árbitros de este partido son.
The referees for tonight's match, from Brazil, Panda City, and from Great Britain, Brian Ward.
So David Legg, the introductions are complete. The Americans are a force to be reckoned with. In a word, what are the Chileans' chances here?
Nigel, if there was a point spread, I can only hasten to guess it could be 40, 50 point differential between these two teams. Having said that, maybe the United States comes in a little overconfident. Chile being the massive underdog figures out a way to put together a miracle game.
Well, if you're going to improve in this game, you have to play the best, and that really is the situation facing Chile up against the Americans, expected to contend for the gold medal at the 2015 Parapan Games, probably alongside the Canadians. But that is a conversation for another day. There is work to be done for the white vests of the Americans. Starting lineup, starting quartet for the USA. Rob Deller is 3. Adam Scaturo wears number 4. Jeff Butler is 6. And Clayton Brackett, who will be licking his chops at the number of goals he may well be able to score tonight. The baby of the bunch, Brackett, at just 22 years of age. For Chile, they line up with Victor Saiz, Juan Rodriguez, Alexis Barata, and Christopher Flores. So 4 on 4.
3, 2, hit it! Good job, you guys. Give them a round of applause.
Perhaps worth noting, Chile's participation in this tournament is the first time that their national team has played outside of South America. So they are truly the new kids on the block.
White vests of the Americans will shoot left to right in this first quarter. Can Chile stay with them? Can they hang tough? Can they pressure the American defense? Or will the Chileans be playing defense throughout the majority of this game? Giving chase very quickly, Rob Della manages to keep it in bounds. Della finding a way with the speed, and the opening goal comes very quickly. Inside the opening 10 seconds or so.
Coming into this third game of the tournament, Chile has lost both games by a considerable margin, and the United States has won both of their games, again, both by a considerable margin.
Let me put some numbers on that for you. USA beating Argentina 70-25 in their opener, 62-27 over Brazil. In stark contrast, Chile have scored, well, a combined 26 points. They lost 66-12 to Colombia, and then last night 53-14 to Argentina.
The Chilean player on that last particular play was just hit so hard that he was knocked out of bounds, which is in and of itself an infraction, and therefore is a penalty.
So what is the Americans' mindset coming into this game? I mean, it's easy to say it's one game at a time, but they know they've got the beating of Chile before the ball was even tipped.
I think that potential difficulty for the United States is keeping a focus. And I think that would, if I was the coaching staff of the United States, that would be my worry, is that they get sloppy, they start to perhaps demonstrate some bad habits.
Running repairs, something we often see in this game. Juan Rodriguez needing a wheel change.
All the result of that pounding that he took right off the end of the American's chair.
So a quick pit stop for Rodriguez. That trademark ponytail.
We'll point out that players only have a minute to get their chairs fixed, or they have to be replaced by another player.
Rodriguez sent to the penalty box, so if the task wasn't tough enough for Chile, they will be shorthanded for a moment. And inevitably, the American goal follows. First for Clayton Brackett. That does allow Rodriguez back on court, so we'll be back to 4-on-4. Clayton Brackett with the beard.
You'll notice just prior to the whistle being blown, players will circle around. They're not allowed to have contact prior to the whistle being blown, but what they're trying to do is create position. Brackett able to create a turnover there by forcing the Chilean player to cross the center court line, but then to cross back into the backcourt, which is over and back, similar to in the basketball interaction.
There are 3 time limitations which apply to both teams, which are important to know. When the ball is passed out from the goal line, the attacking team has 40 seconds to execute the move and hopefully score a goal. As Brackett comes through for another score for the Americans. So that's the first thing. Then, as we will see momentarily, as Chile inbound from behind their own goal line, they themselves have 12 seconds to get over half court, which is sometimes, David, easier said than done.
I can only imagine how many times tonight we're going to see the 12-second infraction by Chile or a turnover such as that will lead to an easy goal.
A very easy one for Clayton Brackett. And very quickly, the Americans jump out to a 4-0 lead.
I don't want to sound pessimistic, but Chile may have a difficult time getting the ball over half court.
Brackett picks up the loose ball on the first bounce, and then uses that speed to cruise in for another goal. And very quickly, it's 5-0.
And Chile, as I mentioned earlier, has not had an opportunity to play internationally. This is a relatively new team, so I don't want to unfairly criticize them. And they will need to take wins, however small they are, from the small successes that they're able to accomplish against what is arguably one of the very best teams in the world in wheelchair rugby, the United States.
Once again, the Chilean buffeted behind his own goal line, so the possession passes to the Americans. Della picks it up, wheels away from trouble and uses some speed. Nice maneuverability from Rob Della. The count goes to 6-0 in favor of the Americans. Remember, of course, the Red Vests of Chile have 12 seconds to get it over half court.
And so the Chilean player calls a timeout to avoid that 12-second time clock violation. They're only allowed 4 timeouts for the entire game to be called from the floor. 2 may be called from the bench during a stoppage in play. Those timeouts are going to get eaten up pretty quick.
One of those 6 timeouts in total are gone. They are gone. And it's a familiar tactic that the defending team uses if it thinks it can't get over half court within those 12 seconds. But as David said, one of those timeouts are gone. There are no more.
So it appears the United States team has called off their press, which will allow Chile to bring the ball past the half-court line.
All the Americans in their own half of the field, their own key area at the moment. And the Chileans will be allowed over half court for the first time with Rodriguez. Hit by Scaturo. Staying with him, Scaturo. Rodriguez forced wide. Shot clock down to 13. Rodriguez having to dribble as well, once every 10 seconds.
So that infraction was called on the Chilean player, number 10. He was caught in the key area for more than 10 seconds. So similar to basketball, where their players are only allowed to be in a key for 3 seconds. In this particular instance, it's 10, and he was over.
Jeff Butler inbounds. Finds Della, has the speed to scoot away down that left-hand side. Past Barraza. In for another easy score for the Americans. And And very early in this game, this is beginning to look ominous for Chile.
I perhaps need to reset my point spread that I talked about at the top of the game.
It's not unusual for 100 goals to be scored in a game, but usually those are spread between the two teams. First to pace from Juan Rodriguez, stopped by Della. Rodriguez looking for a colleague.
Good pass.
Unfortunately, Saiz couldn't collect it.
Great hustle by the Chilean player.
Offloads to Flores. Flores with white vests between him and the goal line. Forced to turn again, then forced to dribble.
So the shot clock expired in that particular instance. Chile wasn't able to score with the 40-second time limit.
There is just that 40 seconds that you have the possession to execute the move, and once it expires, possession changes hands. Here's Della outside his own key area. Quick ball forward for Scaturo. A spin and a turn away. Hit from Barraza, but that's never going to be enough to stop Scaturo. Inbounding for another American goal. The Americans at least are allowing, and they use the word allowing advisedly, the Chileans to come over halfway. Using the chair as a battering ram, Flores. Quickly on him is Scaturo. Manages to offload to Barraza. Scaturo sticking to him.
So another 10-count violation for the Chilean player caught in the key. And this is just another example of their lack of experience more than anything else. You don't see those types of mistakes made by the more seasoned veteran teams.
U.S. possession. Inbound by Butler. Clayton Brackett. Going away to the right. The dribble. There's no red vests in that part of the court. An easy score for Clayton Brackett. Takes his personal tally up to 6. 5, I beg your pardon. In advance, guard Scaturo for the Americans. Flores couldn't collect it. And Brackett is away again. Chileans, well, they knew it was going to be a tough task as Brackett makes his way back to his own key. But it is going to be it is going to be a long night for the men in red vest, isn't it?
I think so. I keep trying to think of ways to position it otherwise, but I can't seem to come up with it. They are in very tough against this U.S. team.
Rodriguez fumbles and he was trying to dribble it. Brackett manages to keep in bounds, picks up the ball in transition.
What is difficult
again.
What is difficult for Chile as well is it doesn't get any easier for them because they play Canada, the number 2 ranked country in the world, tomorrow night.
Here come the red vests of Chile again as the hits arrive. That one from Scaturo. Flores trying to escape Scaturo, but he sticks to him like glue. Offloads to Alexis Barraza. Scaturo, the advanced guard. Backs in, this time to Flores. Maybe this time. Big hit from Della. And then the final pass just over the head of Rodriguez.
The enthusiasm and excitement, though, of the Chileans is certainly not. Determination on their faces and the smiles and the disappointment when they weren't able to corral in that pass for a potential goal.
Substitutions coming in for both teams. For Chile, coming in for game number 1, Jose
So the substitutions made. Now, a word about substitutions in terms of how they're made and in terms of the sport classification that is also required, David.
Okay, so let's start with the classification. There are a total of what are known as points, 8 points allowed on the floor for each team, and players are allocated points based on their level of impairment. So a player with the least amount of impairment due to their disability would be scored as a 3.5. The gentleman scoring right now would be an example of a player who has a 2.5.
That is Josh Wheeler.
A player who has greater impairment due to their disability would be graded as a 0.5. And so those scores totaled cannot be greater than 8. And what coaches will typically do is partner players together, such as a 2 and a 2, or a 3.5 and a 0.5, so that they equal 4, and therefore you substitute in groups of 2 or 4.
So on court for the Americans at the moment, Ernie Chun, Josh Wheeler, who we just score his first goal, Seth McBride, Chad Cohn. Chileans have adjusted as well. Jose Venegas, Cristian Madriaga, Mr. Flores and Andres Opaza. Once again, shot clock expires on the Chileans. They're getting that close, but not close enough, aren't they?
Yes, and you can feel the crowd, which is nonpartisan in many respects, adopting the Chileans and cheering for them, not necessarily to win, but simply to score a goal.
See if it's possible. Seth McBride over for another American score. And that advantage is rising rapidly in favor of the USA. 13-0 with a minute and 40 or thereabouts remaining in the first of 4 quarters of 8 minutes each.
For those of you joining us, that's not a touchdown and 2 field goals. That's 13 individual scores to none.
Cristian Madriaga looking for a way through that wall of white jerseys. Shot clock is getting close again as Madriaga is held up. Oh, very close. He's looking for Carlos Novoa.
You can hear the crowd moaning and wanting to see Chile score a goal.
But picked off by Josh Wheeler. And he was away like a frightened rabbit down the other end. The American number 10. Well, if at first you don't succeed, as they say. There's Madriaga. As the hits go in ahead of him. Spinning Madriaga, trying to get away from Cohn. But Cohn will not be denied. Madriaga forced to dribble.
The U.S. defense is so tough, so disciplined, and well coached. They don't provide a lot of opportunities.
Madriaga trying to force his way through. Still Madriaga. Now tries to offload. But once again, the Americans steal the ball. And away comes Ernie Chun.
So the U.S. decide to pull the ball out for the purposes of scoring with only a few seconds left on the clock, which will then allow them to retain possession.
In the second quarter, it'll find its way to Josh Wheeler. Offloads to McBride. McBride is stopped. But Ernie Chun will not be stopped. And perfectly timed by the Americans with just that 1 second remaining in the quarter. As we hear the buzzer for the end of the opening period. Dominated as we expected by those white vests of the Americans. Already 7 goals for Clayton Brackett. Out of an impressive 15-point total for the Americans. They have denied the Chileans any sort of redemption at the other end. And at the end of the first period, the US leads Chile 15-0. Well, certainly Clayton Brackett and Rob Della wasted no time and no mercy on the Chileans in this opening period, and it was pretty much plain sailing for the Americans.
That's right, Nigel. And you know, to be honest, it seemed to me anyways that they were laying off a little bit, pulling back. This could have been a lot, the score could have been a lot bigger, I suspect.
Rob Della again, one of his 3 goals in the opening period. Brackett has 7. Chance for them to catch their breath. And work to do, of course, for Chile, as they anticipate the start of the second quarter and another American storm. Start of the second quarter on day 3 of wheelchair rugby. The red vests of Chile, newcomers to the 2015 Parapan Games. Well, it's a new sport, but they are newcomers, relative newcomers to the sport, looking to score a goal against the Americans, those white vests. USA 3rd in the world, only behind Canada and Australia, the world champions. And as the scoreboard tells you, David Legg, the Americans dominant so far, and I guess nobody expected much different.
No, and the Americans pulled off their press too halfway through the first quarter, as they continue to do so in the second quarter.
Clayton Brackett in for his 8th score. Brackett makes his way back to his own key, allowing the Chileans to get over half court. And on a charge there was Andres Bisello.
Oh,
big hand up from Delagrave.
Delagrave we spoke about in yesterday's game. He's so tall and has such a long wingspan. He's a physical specimen, and is able just to swat away passes with ease.
There he is, the number 14, Joe Delagrave, one of the co-captains of the US team.
You can see in his shoulders too, just that strength, the ability to hold players in position. And he can front because you're not able to pass over top of him.
Lavoe trying to batter his way through, offloads to Madriaga, back to goal.
Oh, can Madriaga sneak in?
Trying. He's so close. 6 seconds.
Oh, and he went out of bounds just with that last subtle turn to make the pass.
Once again, frustration for the Chileans, who are denied as the goal pylon is replaced in its precise spot. And the US regain possession. Brackett quickly offloads to Delagrave, who coasts in for his 2nd goal.
Just a small example of the level of sophistication and just how coordinated the U.S. team is. Delagrave just gave a little head nod to Brackett, and Brackett knew exactly that Delagrave was going to bust down the middle as an easy pass for a goal.
Paso to the key, but forced to stop, forced to dribble. Now looking for an exit strategy, Bisello. He's got teammates all around him. But the American defense so strong and so disciplined. As the shot clock times down another errant pass.
Oh, here we go. Hey!
It is the goal. Finally, the Chileans break through Christian Madriaga.
And the crowd goes wild. They're so excited for the Chileans to finally score a goal.
Look at the smile on his face. You'd think he just won a gold medal.
I said at the top of the game, the Chileans would have to find the small successes. Watch the expression after scoring the goal. Relief, joy, exhilaration.
Si, senor.
And right away, the press is called back on.
We'll give you one, but that's all you get.
That's right.
That's the attitude of the Americans, and you know, all's fair in love and war.
Yeah.
That will be a goal to savour for Kristen Magdiaga. We then call the timeout.
Good for Magdiaga.
Trailing 18-1. In this second quarter. And the US just waits in their blocks for the Chileans to complete their timeout. Some words of encouragement from Madriaga. He says, that's how easy it is to score against the Americans. Just do what I did.
Yeah.
We'll see. Inbound from Carlos Novoa. For Bisello. Madriaga making his way forward again with the hits on the edge of the key. Waiting for the pass if it comes from Bisello. So turns away from Delagrave. Delagrave again blocking his path. 7 seconds remaining on the shot clock.
10-second violation on the Chileans in the key. The Chileans are making those simple errors, whereas the United States doesn't make any.
Just to reiterate that, the attacking player can only spend a maximum of 10 seconds in the attacking key. Then he's got to get out. As Delagrave cruises over again. And those are the basic errors that all the players know. And I suppose sometimes if you're blocked in the key, it's not as easy as it looks to get out. And it might be a deliberate tactic by itself. Madriaga forward for Chile. Runs into two American vests looking to repeat the maneuver, looking to back in again. But there's no way through. Back to Madriaga. Well, he's determined, if nothing else, Brackett in his way this time. Pushing him backwards, Madriaga.
Makes the pass.
Trying to find Bisello, but it was an errant pass. And forward with speed, Ernie Chun. And over for another American score.
Madriaga is certainly not lacking passion for this game.
Passion, determination, and all the other basic essentials needed to perform in wheelchair rugby. He is again, and the Americans allowing the Chileans into their own territory. Chun is first to react as the two number 8s come together. Madriaga stopped temporarily, offloads to Bisello. And Bisello find a way around the back. Brackett was in quickly and pushing him away. Forced to dribble. Madriaga forced out of the key. He's back in there again now. But the shot clock expires. Not for the first time on the Chileans. It's just so tough to find a way through, isn't it?
Yeah, the United States, they just don't give you even the glimmer of hope in scoring. There just never seems to be an open hole.
And then the quartet is changed in its entirety. Put in from Chad Cohn.
Leading block. He's going to follow his lead. Oh, was a nice defensive play.
Turnover, and once again, it's that man Madriaga. Scoring at one end, and some do-or-die defending at the other. And looking to get over halfway.
Didn't make it in the 12 seconds. He saw daylight.
Wasn't for the want of trying. Have another look.
He makes a great defensive play. And then gets tied up a little at the baseline. Time is ticking. And isn't able to get it across before 12 seconds.
Dello will scoot in at the far post. Four to his personal tally. Rob Dello scored 5 in the opening game against Argentina and 8 more against the Brazilians.
And again, those are the kind of mistakes and errors that a team competing internationally just can't afford to make.
Turnover then for the Americans. Deep inside Chilean territory. Didn't come to Josh Wheeler. He'll just survey his scenery, and then with pace and purpose, at the other post, change of direction by Wheeler. Inbound from behind his own goal line, Carlos Navarro finds Madriaga. Now, can the Chileans get out before the 12 seconds expire? Stayed in bounds. Forced to dribble. And the timeout is called.
And it would appear that the United States is going to, again, call back their press.
There they are, the white vests of the Americans. Another huddle and Chilean timeout, reminding you that there are only a total of 6 timeouts per team per game. So the Chileans are getting close to that limit.
Substitutions coming in now for Chile.
Pedro Silva among them. Alexis Barraza is back with us, as is Juan Rodriguez, who is in possession. Rodriguez looking to get up ahead of steam. It's the white vests. Well, Rodriguez looking to go around the back. Stopped by Wheeler. And then the turnover into the waiting arms of Rob Dello. Another American score for Josh Wheeler. Just that one goal for the Chileans, but it almost took the roof off the arena when Madriaga backed his way in. There may not be many more goals for Chile on this day. Here comes Rodriguez. As the big hit comes in from Barraza. Rodriguez offloads, looking for Barraza. And only into the arms of Wheeler. Quickly offloads. Couldn't quite gather it in Chad Cohn. But Rob Dello will, and Rob Dello will score. Well, with the exception, as you say, of withdrawing the press, the Americans certainly aren't letting up on the scoring opportunities. And why would they in this situation?
No, and as you and I have spoken about this, the difficulty when you have such disparity in talent is that the better team plays down to the lesser team. And I think the United States needs to be very careful.
Rodriguez is in. Juan Rodriguez. Big sigh of relief. But he saw just that tiny gap near the near post. And Rodriguez scooted in.
I didn't think he had the room. And he just squeaked it in.
Just managed to find the room between the post, the pylon, and Chad Cohn. And Rodriguez has his first goal of the night to add to Madriaga's. So with just a little over a minute and a half remaining in the second quarter, the USA's advantage is reduced to 22. Alexis Barraza rolling again. Well, I wonder whether the Americans came into this game not necessarily targeting the number of goals they would score, but the number of goals that they didn't want to allow at the other end. And maybe it was, I don't know, 5 or less, something like that.
Perhaps. I would certainly think 5 goals or less would be an achievable goal.
Rodriguez uses a battering ram by Della. Forced to dribble. Rodriguez away momentarily, but Della's coming back for more.
And the Chilean player, you'll notice there, was over the baseline before he caught the ball, so effectively out of bounds when he received the ball. So like a wide receiver in football, he needs to remain in bounds before he catches the ball.
So Barraza denied. Meanwhile, Adam Scaturo will not be denied. A score for the Americans. Last minute of the first half. USA, the third-ranked team in the world after the Australians and the Canadians, as Rodriguez makes his way forward for Chile.
It's been a long time since the Americans have not been the Paralympic reigning champions or the world champions, and they're hoping to certainly make amends for that.
That's turned by Rodriguez, but Della is matching him wheel for wheel. In for Barraza. But again, the turnover. And Della is away like a March hare. And in for the American score.
The American team, perhaps best known because of their prominence in the major motion picture Murder Ball, which came out in 2005. And it's perhaps worth noting that none of the players from that team are on the current team. So the United States, very proactive.
Which in itself, David, is slightly strange, because this is a player, that, a game that doesn't necessarily know too many boundaries in terms of the age range. We look at somebody like Rob Della, the oldest man on the US team at 43 years of age. So, you know, where are the players from 10 years ago that you would expect still to be playing into their 40s and in some cases beyond?
Well, I think what it is more than anything else is a reflection of the depth of the United States system in wheelchair rugby.
So it has been a dominant performance, and a performance that you would expect from the Americans against Chile, the newcomers. Half-time, there's a big gap between North America and South America. The US leading at half-time, 27-2. We show you some of the highlights and the statistics from the first half. US in complete control, 27-2. They just allowed those 2 goals. The offensive fouls from Chile and the turnovers, David, of course, are counting against them.
Yes, and yeah, the United States statistics, 0-0-0-0-0. And here we just have the United States showing why they're the second-ranked team in the world. Stout defense, dynamic offense.
And the quick passes away. The moments of high points for the Chileans have been few and far between, but there was one of them. And the face of Madariaga said it all. Huge smile. There wasn't much time to react, but Madariaga did his share of defending as well. And then Rodriguez finding a way into the corner. But one too many turnovers for the Chileans. And Rob Della, one of his 6 goals in this first period.
I love seeing the Chileans' reaction after that second goal. Pure, unadulterated joy in getting the second goal of the game.
I think his birthday and Christmases all came at once right there for Madariaga. But the fact remains that the USA have been rarely tested in this first half. And at the interval, the Americans will lead Chile by 27 goals to 2. Third period coming right up. A warm welcome back to the Mississauga Sports Centre. Day 3 of a wheelchair rugby at the 2015 Parapan American Games. White vests of the USA in total control, as they and we expected to be against the red vests of Chile, relative newcomers to the sport. The early score of the third period goes to Clayton Brackett. He has 9 goals on the night. And there will be, you feel, many more to come for Brackett and co. Start of this fourth period. The American quartets, Scaturo, McBride, Delagrave and Brackett. Rodriguez offloads to Bisello.
The United States is so relaxed with their lead that they were doing the Macarena at halftime with the crowd.
Chuck Aoki, I think, was leading the dance for the Americans and enjoying himself as well.
There was a time count violation. Chile loses the ball. Out of bounds for the United States.
So US in possession. Playing from right to left in this third period. Joe Delagrave manages to offload before the hit comes in. And over for the score, Seth McBride. Rodriguez as the American press retreats momentarily. Rodriguez looking to maneuver. He's a foot short.
Oh.
And they back in, they can.
Oh, fantastic.
Andres Bisello with the score for the Chileans. No time to celebrate though.
Successful third goal, again just skimming the pylon.
While the Americans take their tally into the 30s early in the third quarter. They get from Bisello. As forward comes Juan Rodriguez. With some help from Barraza. Offloads.
Chile looking for 4. Chilean player out of bounds on the baseline. Turnover, US.
Barraza there wearing 7 for the Chileans. Quick turn from Brackett. Will use that speed over halfway, one man to beat. Managed to keep his balance despite the challenge coming in from Barraza. The score for the US. Brackett has 10 on the night.
Equipment timeout called on the floor for Chile. Need of a new tire.
So Pazzo, who needs the running repairs, the pit stop on court. Only a limited amount of time to get this done.
Only 60 seconds are allowed, otherwise they have to substitute for the player. It's like a Formula One race car pit crew.
Although in truth, I don't think any of those wheel changes have taken probably more than 10 or 12 seconds.
They're pretty
Very
pretty
quickly
efficient.
done. Yeah, they're very efficient. Juan Rodriguez over halfway for Chile. How many more goals can they score? Rodriguez runs into Seth McBride.
here we
Hands
go.
off! Andres Opazo.
Perhaps my indication of 5 being the goal was too little.
Well, I think it was my suggestion, to be totally honest with you. And the Americans will score at the other end with Joe Delagrave. With Chile not halfway through the third quarter up to 4. Maybe they have ambitions of upping their own total well beyond 5. Rodriguez.
The Chilean player once again, it's the second time he's done that in the last 2 minutes, out of bounds on the baseline.
Barraza penalized. And the US pick up possession. Brackett spinning away from Rodriguez and has the pace to escape his attentions. Closing in Barraza, but Brackett scoots away from him as well. We've spoken throughout this tournament about the effectiveness of speed, and there again a clear example of how dangerous it can be.
Yes. The United States, too, and that play was a good indication. They're taking it easy in many regards. They're not popping the Chilean chairs as they turn around and come back on defense like they most normally would.
Rodriguez the dribble, then loses possession.
So the Chilean player went out of bounds a third time on the baseline.
That, of course, promotes the turnover as the Americans look to bring in some fresh players here. They are changing the entire team, entire four. Among them, Josh Wheeler. Also, Ernie Chun back with us again. Adam Scuturo. And Chad Cohn is the fourth member of the team. This will be Scuturo in for another score for the Americans. His third of the night. Chile over halfway, and that is almost by permission of the Americans. They've withdrawn that press on halfway to allow Chile to mount some sort of offense. But so often, David, we've seen them in this sort of position where they just run into a white-vested wall.
It's a bit of an American quagmire for them. They cannot get past that key.
Stuck in the American quicksand, you might say. Barraza couldn't haul it in.
Ball still in play. The 40-second time clock expires.
40-second violation on Chile. United States ball.
US lead by a very comfortable 30-point margin. Chad Cohn, he will inbound momentarily. Finds Ernie Chun, the quick flick ahead. And Scuturo in alone for another American score. His personal tally now up to 4. The error from Chile allows the Americans to crowd their offensive end. Cohn again inbound for Wheeler. Nice maneuver by Wheeler. And the last defender, and in at the corner.
And the U.S. decides to press. See if the Chileans are able to get the ball over half court.
Big hit comes in on Barraza as he caught the ball, but he managed to retain possession. Scuturo was in quickly.
And the 12 seconds expires. Turnover to the United States.
We've only got 12 seconds to get it over half court. You're inbound from behind your own goal line. So the Americans pick up possession again with Cohn and Scuturo. Scuturo has 3 quick goals in the space of, what, a minute and a half or thereabouts. The Americans continue to pad their lead. Scored 70 points in the opening game against Argentina, another 62 against Brazil. The big hit this time comes in from Wheeler. Trying to go backwards, Rodriguez. Great determination.
So in that particular instance, the turnover resulted because the player did not dribble or pass the ball within the 10-second time limit.
And the timeout is called by Chile, I believe. Remember, there are only 6 permitted per team in the course of the entire game.
That banging sound that you might hear in the background are not fans stomping their feet or clapping. It's the equipment staff of Chile trying to fix one of their sport wheelchairs by hammering it with a sledgehammer. These chairs take such a beating.
Bearing in mind these teams are playing on a daily basis, there is not necessarily too much time to get those repairs done. Chile, 15 offensive fouls and not a single one against the Americans.
No, the Americans showing tremendous discipline and perhaps even restraint.
This arguably will be the most comfortable win for the Americans. And we will see a very different American lineup, I'm sure, on Wednesday when they get to play against the Canadians in the final round-robin game. In he goes again, Scaturo. He now has 6 of the Americans' 38 goals. Leading the way is Clayton Brackett with 11. Barraza collects the ball from Novoa. And then, well, manages to reel it in. And to force his way through. Past Wheeler. Goes back to him. Driaga dribbles. Needs some help here. He's being pushed away from goal.
Again, you can sense the crowd wanting Chile to score.
Shot clock less than 10. Now they need to get out of the key. Referee waiting to blow, and there is the whistle. Indeed, the shot clock expired. It was one or the other there.
And with time, Chile has to learn from these mistakes in order to be competitive on the international level.
So possession will revert to the United States. Not for the lack of trying from Madriaga. Has scored 1 goal. And
Chile was able,
fierce competitor, isn't he?
Chile was able to call a timeout just before the 40-second clock expired. So then they get an additional 15 seconds put back on.
Down from Bicello. Novoa. Down to 6 on the shot clock. Time running short. It's expired again.
So time did expire in that particular instance. Turnover to the United States.
So the extra 15 seconds of no use to the Chileans. Again, credit the American defense. Time to time. It's like a fortress. There's just no way through. And Scaturo. Well, he's the only player in that half of the field. Over for the easy score for the USA. Novoa for Madriaga. It's forward they come again. Madriaga getting some pace going. Can he find a chink of light? Comes into Cone. You know, the psst, there's the somebody's blown a tire down there. And the equipment manager's quickly on the scene of the collision.
They didn't come out with a sledgehammer this time.
But it was an audible hiss as you...
yeah, we could hear that up here in the booth.
Very much so. Novoa's sport wheelchair is the one needing attention. But look how quickly they change that wheel. I mean, that's done in 10 seconds or less, David. They've got a lot of spare tires in the back there. It will be Chile ball. Down from Bicello. Novoa. With fresh wheels. Going to give him a bit more pace.
Here we go.
He's in. Well, maybe the change of equipment was all Carlos Novoa needed.
Look at that little burst of speed right at the end there.
Just enough for Novoa.
Has to call an equipment timeout right away.
Novoa's first goal. Scored in every game. One against the Colombians, a couple against Argentina, and now one against the mighty Americans. Looks like they can't do the running repairs here.
I think they've run out of wheels.
Is that what it is? It's seen soon enough. So forced to make a change as Navarro leaves the court. And away like an express train comes Josh Wheeler. Unchallenged. And the Americans into the 40s in terms of goals.
And the U.S. graciously retreats, taking off their press.
It's been a long, frustrating, hot night's work for the Chileans. Picelo comes to inbound from behind his own goal line, probably for the umpteenth time. Finds Christian Madriaga, who again is allowed over half court. Some speed going, but only as far as the challenge of Scaturo. Madriaga again!
And the crowd shows their appreciation. Another quick burst. Right up through the middle, right through the guts.
Ernie Chun did his best to stop him, but Madriaga for the second time wasn't to be denied. And the Chileans have got over that 5-goal target, if that was their target.
The U.S. again waiting to score with just a few seconds left.
Will probably be Wheeler's goal. Does so with just 1 second remaining on the clock. Right at the end of the quarter. And the reason for the delay, again, one more time for us.
Well, Chile is forced to inbound the ball, therefore giving them possession. And at the change of the quarters, the possession reverts to the other team. So Chile is recognized as having possession. U.S. starts in the fourth quarter.
As we hear the buzzer for the end of the third quarter. 11 goals for Brackett, 7 for Scaturo. He had a profitable quarter. Wheeler has 8. And it all adds up to another position of dominance for the United States. Leading Chile 3/4 of the way through this game by 41 goals to 6. If you thought it was all about the US in this game, you'd probably be right, but the red vests of the Chileans managed to get themselves on the score sheet during this third period, David.
I blame it on the U.S. team doing the Macarena during the halftime show. They let up a little bit. Chile was able to score 4 goals in that third quarter, doubling their output from the first half.
Well, they got 0 in the first period, 2 in the second. As you rightly say, David, 4 goals in the third period. And Madriaga again on the scoreboard as you see him chatting with one of the technical crew there. So, little battles won as he gets a little hose down from one of the Chilean team staff. But as we await the start of the fourth quarter, USA leading Chile by 41 goals to 6.
For those of you perhaps wondering, those spray cans are needed as many athletes that play wheelchair rugby with quadriplegia have difficulty with thermal regulation, so need to be cooled externally.
Start of the fourth quarter, fourth and final quarter. Each quarter lasts 8 minutes. Chile through Opazo, going forward. Going into that white-vested wall, looking for the lob pass, but the turnover will benefit the Americans and Rob Della over half court. Madriaga doing his best to get back. It cannot stop Della from scoring and extending the US lead. 7 goals now for Della. So basically what you're saying is that some of the players need a hosing down from time to time.
Yeah, for more than one reason, perhaps.
13 for Chile's Andres Opazo. Screen was provided by Andriaga.
Look at this.
Opazo.
Had the opening briefly, wasn't able to capitalize quickly enough.
So again,
They're in
shot
trouble
clock still
of
running.
being 10 in the key. And that's exactly what the call was.
As an offensive player, you can only spend 10 seconds or less inside that key area, that rectangle that frames the goal. Or the referee's whistle will penalise you, as it did again there. Clayton Brackett is back with us. And unchallenged. The dribble, Madriaga will not get there in time. 43-6. Brackett has a dozen. Once again, the Americans back off, allowing the Chileans over half court, which is one of their problems solved. But can they solve the problem of piercing that American back line? Madriaga trying to go round the left-hand side, runs into Brackett, stays in bounds, but needs a little bit of help here. Madriaga quickly to the fire side, but once again.
So the Chilean player, again, knocked behind the baseline. It's a turnover.
All part of the American defensive strategy.
Oh, incorrect. My apologies. It's the American player that was behind the baseline. A rare penalty for the United States.
So short-handed. Can they score despite being a man down? And they will do through Clayton Brackett. Just cruises in, hands off the ball to the referee. Brackett has 13 now. But it has been a breeze for him and the Americans for much of this game. Brackett watched by Opazo.
Chile still having a difficult time getting the ball in and over half court with a man advantage.
They do this time, and they are over halfway. 28 seconds left on the shot clock. Opazo still making good hard yards here. Opazo
Needed to make that pass just a few seconds earlier, and would have had a score.
just delayed, and the shot clock continues to run down to 11 and 10. Madriaga, whatever he's going to do, he needs to do it quickly. Down to 3 on the shot clock. It's going to expire on him, is it?
Just about.
Ran out. He did try and find Opazo.
The shot clock running down, sees the open player with 1 second left on the clock. Just wasn't able to rein it in. There's 21 turnovers to none for the United States.
And I think that demonstrates, as you've said, the inexperience of the Chileans and also the discipline and the skill with which the Americans go about their work.
Agreed. And you look at that number of turnovers and consider that the United States didn't press for 3/4 of the game so far. That number could be significantly higher.
So the timeout coming towards an end. And Chile some repairs. The sport wheelchair of Carlos Novoa. Well, he finally got one off.
That was the one they used the sledgehammer to put on. No wonder it was so hard to get off.
Well, he'll have to. The three Chileans on court at the moment. And finally, Novoa makes 4. Racket facing his own goal. Away quickly from size. And then the cushioned pass forward. Quickly in for Chad Cohn. His first score of the night. To plump up the Americans' total to 45.
That score could easily be in the high 60s to 70s right now.
Here again, as you see Novoa over half court, that is by permission, if you like, by the Americans, who decide to withdraw that press and just protect their own key area. Novoa again. The teammate in front of him. No route to goal for the time being. Now maybe he does.
Oh, nice play.
Oh, couldn't quite rein it in. Opazo
Clever play.
stretched as far as he could.
So he draws the players to him because he's a threat to score, just dumps it over. Oh, and again, just can't quite get a grasp on the ball. So it's instances like that that Chile needs to take solace with and know that with a little bit of time, a little bit of practice, those will be scores.
Of course, the mishandle just allows the Americans to take their time. They will have inbound. As a couple of substitutions are made for the Chileans. Flores is back with us. And Jose Ruiz also back on the floor. What's going on here? The referee having a chat with the Chilean technical crew.
So a technical foul called on the Chilean bench. My assumption would be is that the players on the court, perhaps, with their classifications, went over the 8-point limit. I would guess by mistake, by error, but just based on the conversation that I saw between the player and the coaches.
As you can see down below you there, Jose Ruiz has come straight to the penalty box.
So a player has to serve the penalty, and it would have just been the coach's decision to choose that player.
Ruiz is the odd man out for the time being. And Rob Della will run in unchallenged for the score.
So what has to happen is the coach needs to put cards on the scorer's table indicating the players that are on the floor and the points that they represent. And I just assume that an error was made in that process.
Bearing in mind, as David explained to you a little earlier, the total number of points in terms of sport classification that can be on the court at any one time.
Great play.
Is 8 as Juan Rodriguez in to score a 7th goal for Chile.
Again, just a clever, quick pass. Seeing the player cutting perhaps through a back door. And those are the types of passes you need to make against the tough, staunch American defense. They got to be quick, they got to be decisive.
Pair of goals for Rodriguez, 2 also for Madriaga and 2 for Opazo. Novoa again allowed over halfway. He looks to get up some speed, trying to find a gap.
Oh, and they tried the same type of play. They almost had a goal.
Ruiz denied. at the last. There are substitutions for the Americans. Back is Scaturo. Back also Josh Wheeler.
So the Chileans on that last goal attempt had a player go over the end line just prior to the goal scoring attempt. That's got to be the 6th or 7th time that's happened to them tonight. They cannot make those kind of mistakes.
Alan Scaturo in unchallenged for the American score. Rodriguez. The bounce, which he must do once every 10 seconds, or pass off to an opponent. Over
Great
the top.
pass.
Can they get in for the score?
Ah, fabulous play.
They can indeed. They can indeed. And Christopher Flores, a moment he'll remember for a long time.
And good for Flores, too, because he was the player that was being called for that over the end line a number of occasions. Oh, whether or not he had full possession, I don't know, but they called it a goal.
It almost escaped his grasp, but somehow, just somehow, Flores managed to, in the opinion of the referee, maintain control of the ball and cross the American goal line. So 8 now for Chile. Can they get into double figures against the dominant Americans? It will if Rodriguez has anything to do with that.
Oh, it's just a quick handoff.
Stopped on the line, he's there. Flores is in again for Chile.
Flores is on fire all of a sudden.
Well, 2 goals in a minute for Christopher Flores. Clever work here. Hand off from Rodriguez. And then it was just a matter of muscling his way over the line.
And a look of relief, seeing the referee's arm shoot up, indicating a goal.
Josh Wheeler at the other end takes the Americans into the 50s. 9 goals for his personal tally. Scored 12 last night against the Brazilians, did Wheeler. Novoa. Again looking for that space. Blocked away by Della. Oh. Well, it was meant for Flores. This time couldn't control it. Just a matter of inches short of the American goal line.
Flores almost had the 3rd goal there. Just off his fingertips.
No Chilean has more than 2. Controlling it with comfort at the end, Adam Scaturo. A little over 2 minutes remaining in the 4th quarter. The Americans again withdrawing the press, allowing Chile to mount some sort of offense. Don't expect that against the Canadians. Novoa, watched by Della. Going to try and back in here. He might do so. He has done so.
I think he faked everybody out on that play, including himself. I don't think he necessarily knew he was going to score that way. Suddenly found himself in the open and backed in.
So Carlos Novoa.
Well, I certainly didn't expect Chile to score 10 goals in this game.
Joins those of his teammates on 2 goals. And Chile, to their great credit, are into double figures. Rodriguez will run in to Wheeler. Novoa, can he back it again? He has done. Well, I wouldn't say the floodgates are opening for Chile, but they're scoring a lot more goals.
Fabulous goal. That's a tough pass to make.
Normal service resumed at the other end, though. And Rob Della just teasing Navarre.
Just taking some time off the clock just to finish the game. So the U.S. can get ready for the next 2 nights of round robin play before the semifinals on Thursday.
Now, can Chile cap a spirited performance with another goal in the closing seconds?
And I'm happy for the Chileans finishing this 4th quarter in a strong fashion, having scored some impressive goals. Keeping
Della
their
in the
energy
way.
high.
And having made the interception, Della over halfway, just seconds remaining. This may be the final play of the game. Plenty of time. Della's got all the court to score. As the shot clock and the time clock runs down, Della's just biding his time and over for the score with just 1 second remaining in the game. Della takes his personal tally to 11. Only second behind Clayton Brackett. And you might say the Americans took their foot off the pedal and they allowed Chile some measure of respectability in this game. But the fact is that it is a 3rd straight comprehensive win for the Americans. A measure of respect for the Chileans who never gave up and worked hard throughout. But it was always going to be an uphill battle for these South Americans against the 3rd-ranked team in the world. US win again. They've beaten Chile by 54 goals to 11.
Señoras y señores.
And the starting line.
Neste forma, que está acabando o tempo de weekend. Nos oitavos de final do Mundial de Goiás. Não nascido de campeonato principal sem vencer. Os Tigers Parapan e Parapan se podían llevar a cabo sin la duda de nuestra radical nacional. Digamos en conocer cada uno de los principal sin vencer. The draw of 2015 Parapan. Without possible
warm welcome to the Mississauga Sports Centre, just west of Toronto, north of Lake Ontario. It is day 3 of wheelchair rugby, the preliminaries, and an all South American affair between Brazil and Colombia. Brazil looking for their first win, but perhaps the hard games are behind them, having already played the world's number 2 and 3 teams, Canada and the United States. Colombia come into this game 1-1. They won that opening game against Chile before giving best to Canada 24 hours ago.
Mesdames et messieurs, représentant le Brésil. Señoras y señores, representando a Brasil.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Brazil, number 1, Gilson Jr. Number 2, Lucas Duqueira. Number 3, Anderson Kais. Number 4, Jose Raul Gunter. Number 5, Alexandra Taniguchi. Number 6, Jose Hizinu. Number 7, Bruno Damasceno. Number 8, Rafael Hoffman. Number 9, Dani Abreu. Number 10, Luis Fernando Cavalli. Number 11, Moises Batista. Number 12, Alexandra Giuliatu. Brazil's head coach, Luis Gustavo Pena.
Et représentant la Colombie. Y representando a Colombia.
And representing Colombia, number 2, Jenny Martinez Sanchez. Number 3, Juan Ochoa Rodriguez. Number 4, John Orozco Nunez. Number 6, Moises Alonso Alvarez. Number 7, Carlos Nemi Montoya. Number 8, John Segura Cuervo. Number 9, Christian Amaya Fajardo. Number 10, Julia Rodriguez Diaz. Number 11, Julian Vargas Lopez. Number 12, Christian Narvaez Geraldo. Number 14, John Ramirez Villa. Number 25, Edgar Vanegas Cardona. Head coach for Colombia, Jonathan Vargas Rojas.
Nigel Reid alongside David Legg in the broadcast booth. This one, David, whets the appetite. This might be a mighty close game.
This is going to be the best game of the evening, I think. This could be a preview of the bronze medal.
Referees from Australia and Sweden. The yellow and green vests of Brazil.
Now the starting lineup
Thought to be the best of the South Americans, but the Colombians
number 5, Alexandra
are not
Taniguchi.
far behind
Number
them.
8, Rafael Hoffman. And number 12, Alexandra Giuliatu.
Respective coaches, Jonathan Vargas of Colombia. He knows this is a big, big opportunity
And the starting four
for the
Colombia.
Colombians.
Number 4, John Orozco Nunez. Number
Brazilian
7,
starting
Carlos
lineup,
Montoya.
watch out for
Number 10,
Taniguchi
Julia Rodriguez Diaz.
and Giuliatu,
Number 25, Edgar
who will
Vanegas
not need the
Cardona.
invitation to go forward and score. And for the Colombians, 2 names stand out. One particularly, number 4, John Orozco. We've seen what a titanic competitor he is.
Orozco has played very well in this tournament. Brazil easily defeated Colombia the last time they played a couple of years ago in a Maximus tournament, which was in South America. But Orozco was not on the team at that time. He had not been classified. Colombia took him to a tournament in Poland to ensure that he would be available for this tournament, which he is. He could be the difference maker.
And Orozco, when you say classified, he is the only 3.5 sport classification on the Colombian team. We'll go into the detail of that momentarily as the 2 teams end the camaraderie. This is going to be a full-on game between Brazil, who already know they're going to host the 2016 Paralympic wheelchair rugby tournament. And Orozco there wearing number 4. He's back to you. He is one heck of a competitor. We've seen it already this week. He takes no prisoners and will certainly take none tonight up against South American rivals. Underway then between Brazil in those yellow vests and the navy blue vests of Colombia. And quickly is Alexander Girato, and over for the first goal inside the first 15 seconds.
I suspect this is going to be a tight game. Look at this very quick goal, maintaining balance. Then quickly back the other way.
Orozco, the handoff, looking quickly for Rodriguez. Colombia will have possession, the inbound from Carlos Neme. Finds Edgar Venegas. Now, can they find a way?
The Colombian players purposefully battering rammed the Brazilian player out of bounds on the baseline. Results in a penalty for the Brazilian.
Then comes Gilson Junior. He'll sit it out until the next goal is scored. So temporarily the Brazilians down to 3 on the court. It's 4 on 4 generally.
The referee there was giving an early warning on contact before the whistle. I think both officials recognized that this is going to be a closely fought game with huge intensity and big implications for the remainder of the tournament. Wanted to set the tone early that they were in charge.
Neme inbounds for Orozco. And the Colombians tie it up. And watch out for the Colombia number 4.
You can see the Colombians circling around already trying to hem in the Brazilians so that they can't break out easily. Taniguchi up to that challenge.
Taniguchi over halfway, which he needs to do in the first 12 seconds from the inbound from behind the goal line. Hands it off for Giuriato. And Brazilians back in front. So basics, David, we've got 2 teams of 4. We've got 4 quarters of 8 minutes.
Quick pass, quick pass. That's the way that Brazil's going to have to do it, with a more balanced attack as opposed to a high-low one that Colombia uses with a classification 3.5 from Orozco.
Target was Orozco, but picked off. At the other end.
You can see Taniguchi already celebrating there as he grabbed the ball knowing he had an easy score. Great defensive play, fast turnaround. Taniguchi, you can see him there, knowing that was an important goal.
So as we were saying, 4 players on the court at any one time of the 12 on the selected roster. But there is more to it than just putting 4 players on the court, because the sport classification has to add up to 8 as well. Just explain that for us.
Exactly. So in para sport, in Paralympic sport, one of the principles is classification, whereby they try to minimize the differences in the disability.
Giuriato takes a tumble, I believe, on that far side and hit the ground hard.
For those of you new to watching wheelchair rugby, it was originally called murder ball, and you can certainly see why. This is a tough, tough sport.
There'll be many thrills and spills throughout this game. Giuriato.
Most important person on each team may be the equipment manager, who's responsible for getting the players back into the game quickly and ensuring that the wheelchairs stay wheeling.
So Brazil starting the game with the same quartet they began last night's game against the USA, with Junior, Taniguchi, Hoffman and Giuriato. Who's the right way up again now. Up against the Colombians, Orozco we've already spoken about. Then there's Neme and Rodriguez and Venegas to start this game. It's indeed Rodriguez who goes into the penalty box. So another short-handed opportunity here for the Brazilians, who've opened that early advantage. Inbound from Neme. Venegas. Can they score short-handed? They may be able to here. Orozco. It's a great spin from Orozco. And scores with only 3 players on the court.
So as I mentioned earlier, Orozco not playing against Brazil in earlier matches. A relatively newly classified player. He's playing very well. He could be that difference maker.
On marks at the far post is Giuriato.
So as Nigel and I alluded to earlier, the players are classified based on the level of impairment from 0.5 to 3.5. and the 4 players on the court cannot add up to more than 8 points.
So Orozco, for example, of Colombia is the only 3.5 athlete. Here he is again. And in quickly for another goal for the Colombians.
Brazil employs a different strategy whereby the majority of their players are either 2 or 2.5 in their classes. So that's referred to as a more balanced lineup.
Giuliato, who's already appeared on the score sheet, is one of only 2 3.0 athletes for the Brazilians. The other, Moises Batista. We will see him shortly, I'm sure, as the Colombians take the first of their timeouts. And the timeouts are limited, David.
There are a total of 6 that each team has at their disposal, 4 that the players may call during the course of the game. They will typically use those when they find themselves in trouble, and 2 can be called by the bench during a stoppage of play.
So the first time out for the Colombians, the first of 6 total throughout the game. And what we have seen, and what we may well see in this game, is when you're inbounding from behind your own goal line, you have that 12-second limit to get into your opponent's half of the field. And if you realize the clock is against you and you're not going to make it, that is often an opportunity to call one of those timeouts. But once they're gone, they're gone. Colombians have already used 1.
The Colombians will press the Brazilians, not give them any inch coming up the court. They just push Taniguchi back over the baseline. Did Taniguchi get a timeout called in time, though?
Certainly the timeout was the signal from the referee.
Yeah, Taniguchi got the call in time before he was knocked out. That was a smart call by Taniguchi, recognizing that he was just about to turn the ball over by going out of bounds.
Experience of Alexandre Taniguchi, the co-captain of the Brazilians.
Taniguchi spent time the last couple of seasons playing club ball in Birmingham, Alabama at the Lakeshore Foundation.
Hoffman dispossessed and then handed off by Orozco to Neme. And we're all square.
Referees calling equipment timeout, recognizing that the chair is needing some work. Great goal by the Colombians, keeping it close.
Once again, the influence of Orozco. Quick handoff to Neme, who charged in with pace.
The majority of players in wheelchair rugby have spinal cord injuries resulting in quadriplegia, so they typically don't have trunk musculature, so those straps are so important for maintaining their balance in the wheelchairs.
But the sport itself of wheelchair rugby has evolved, and it's not just spinal cord injuries that we see now.
Yep, that's exactly right, Nigel.
Forward is Hoffman to score for Brazil.
So those athletes now with amputations, cerebral palsy, muscular dystrophy, etc., are now also eligible and classifiable in this sport.
Venegas out of his own key, in the big yards, hands off to Neme as the hit came in. Neme over halfway. Venegas is there in support. Orozco one-handed catch.
Nice
Will
pass.
hand off. Rodriguez.
Oh,
make
great
it.
effort by Brazil to tip it away just before he scored.
Frustration for Rodriguez.
Watch these quick hands come in, just tipping the ball away. The Brazilian the last to touch it, however, so it remains Colombia's ball.
Well, until that late intervention, terrific hand passing by the Colombians. Quick hands to set up that opportunity. Taniguchi now away for Brazil. Has been arguably their best player.
Oh, great play by Orozco to get that quick hand out and deflect the ball away.
Influential in both halves of the court. Will score at one end, directing, as you can see, at the other. Strong defense of Orozco, a real all-round player. Giuliato
Nice
hands
pass.
it off.
Right over the head of the Colombian player with his back turned, wasn't able to deflect it.
In for Hoffman's goal.
Good outlet pass by Orozco.
Oh, Rodriguez
Rodriguez able to corral it in.
Well, as advertised so far, David, there's very little in it.
To Rodriguez, whose classification is lower than Orozco's. You could see, therefore, has less musculature available in his arms, but is still able to corral that ball in.
Giuriato with a quick burst of speed. The ball over the top. Simple goal for the Brazilian, but it was the speed that made it. And speed in this sport, as in so many others, is a real difference maker, isn't it?
Absolutely key.
Brazil by 2.
On that play there, the Brazilian player was called with a spin, and so what he had done was hit the other Colombian's wheelchair behind the axle, causing this chair to spin.
So Brazil shorthanded with Gilson Jr. in the penalty box. So an opportunity here for the Colombians to reduce the arrears.
It's a very similar play.
Rodriguez gathers it in. Can he get across the end line? Forced backwards. And the momentum temporarily is lost.
Timeout called by the referee. Equipment timeout. In that particular instance, the chair could have possibly caused damage, and so the whistle was blown even though Colombia had possession of the ball.
Giuriato getting the running repairs.
As we have said time and time again, the equipment manager is so important on each team, perhaps the most important person on the
It's
bench.
almost like, as you say, a Formula One pit stop, but those repairs on court have to be completed within 60 seconds. All the player involved has to be substituted. Usually we've seen these done in a tenth of that time. But this actually is going to take a little longer by the looks of it.
I wasn't able to see the back part of the chair, but it looked like a small piece had broken away. The punishment that the chairs take, let alone the players, is phenomenal.
Wheel attached and Giuriato is mobile again. Orozco constantly talking, encouraging his teammates.
Orozco's the most animated I've seen in this tournament. He really has taken on a leadership role in tonight's game.
Orozco takes the big hit, but maintains possession
Hits the
and finds the
corner.
room.
Great play, great vision.
Well, he's going to cause the Brazilians problems all night, isn't he?
Watch this, Orozco just turns the corner, hits the line hard.
Taniguchi in a bind, but finds an outlet. Now Giuriato. Once again, the speed takes him away from Venegas and over for the Brazilian score.
Brazil has been able to break the Colombians' press on most occasions tonight. For Colombia to win this game, they're going to have a more effective and aggressive defense, particularly on those press.
Venegas out of his own key. Forward for Orozco, unmarked. Turns inside and outside, Giuriato.
And Rodriguez comes over to set that pick the last minute. Makes it an easy score for Orozco.
Well, we have a real game on our hands here. Just 1 point the
Watch
difference.
Orozco wait for Rodriguez, come over. Sets the pick, it's like a pulling guard. And the running back just waiting for the hole to open.
Giuriato needs more attention to that right wheel, which came off just a couple of moments ago.
Nigel, you and I have laughed throughout this whole tournament. We cannot believe that they brought that many wheels from South America.
How did they get him here? I mean, you know, you could carry a plane full of, literally a plane full of wheels, and that probably wouldn't be enough.
The beating these chairs take is unbelievable.
Giuriato, is he going to be able to continue? Indeed, the substitutions are being made. So Giuriato
Batista
makes his way off.
is the new player on the floor, and he's a fun player to watch.
Where's number 11? Watch out for him.
Very passionate, full of emotion.
Batista, there he is with a headband. And just watching him in the warm-up, I mean, he was wheeling himself around like a scolded cat, and that was just the warm-up.
like a water bug who moves around with such precision and so quickly.
Also Bruno Damasceno, and here he comes, the aforementioned Moises Batista, over his first score of the night. 9-7 in favor of the Brazilians, but there's never been more than 2 goals between these two. Brazilians just holding sway, but not by much. Venegas fumbles.
Ball bouncing around. The referees had a look at each other, decided it was Colombia's ball. The Colombians don't want Orozco throwing the ball in. They want him having the ball thrown to. So Orozco will try and position himself and then come back to get the ball, but the Brazilians are doing a good job of boxing him out and not letting him come and get the ball.
And everywhere Orozco goes, it's already noticeable that Batista is going with him, which of course...
And this play has worked a couple times
frees
now.
up Rodriguez, and over he goes. And Colombia within 1 again.
That combination of Rodriguez and Augusto seemed to be working well.
Batista, the hustle to get away, stays in bounds. Followed by Neme and Rodriguez. Shot
Good
clock.
pressure by Orozco and Rodriguez.
That's going to be a battle royale, you know, between Batista and Orozco. They're going to get very familiar with each other over the next little while. And for Damasceno, referee's whistle brings it all to a halt.
Orozco got called. Orozco doesn't agree. Reaching foul, similar to what you'd see in basketball, the player going into another player's vertical space.
Rueful shake of the head from Orozco, but he's got to sit it out for the time being. So Colombia short-handed. Some running repairs for Batista. Inside Colombian territory, an easy score for Batista.
And you could see, as Brazil was about to score, that their players were already trying to position themselves to deny Orozco an opportunity to receive the ball on the inbounds play. Swarming circling like sharks almost, waiting for their prey, but they can't make contact before that whistle.
Inbound from Neme, over the top from Venegas, looking for Rodriguez.
And Rodriguez gets it, and a reach in by the Brazilian player. Probably saved a goal regardless.
Damasceno pays the penalty. So Brazil a man short until the next goal is scored.
Watch this reach in by Dum. Yeah, you can see it right there on Rodriguez. It was probably a smart penalty regardless. Rodriguez would have scored easily.
Orozco rides one challenge and will now go in unchallenged. Again, Colombia within 1 of the Brazilians.
The Brazilian not going back onto the court, not sure why. The referee finally waves him on.
Jose Aguino inbound. Batista, that burst of speed.
Knocked the ball loose.
Couldn't.
Relentless pressure. This is a fabulous game.
Batista did all he could to keep control. Finally, that wheel just touched the sideline. And the wheel on the sideline is out of bounds.
These players only have 12 seconds to get it over, and they just did it. Orozco makes a great pass to Rodriguez, but can he? And he gets pressured.
Clattered by Aguino, forced wide. Orozco.
Smart pass by Rodriguez to see Orozco, who can turn the corner. Rodriguez makes the right pass at the right spot at the right time. Orozco able to turn the corner and get the goal.
Batista and Orozco coming together again.
Oh!
Well, Orozco smashing Batista over the goal line.
Orozco coming over and just making sure that Batista's okay. tremendous respect shown between the players. Even though it is an obvious, rough, and violent sport.
And Orozco once again, for the second time in the space of 2 or 3 minutes, is back in the penalty box. We are all square at 10 apiece with a minute and 40 left in the first period. Rodriguez trying to make some room for himself as...
And not only does Orozco serve the penalty, but the goal also counted. Oh, a silly error by the Colombians. Passing the goal line before he threw the ball in. A turnover, Brazil's ball.
Brazil by 1. But it has been tight from the start. Aguino comes over to inbound. Finds Damasceno.
So Brazil, while scoring, try to set themselves up for a defense against the Colombians' next offensive play.
Damasceno's goal. And the margin is 2 again in favor of Brazil.
So Orozco serving a technical penalty because he did not come out with that goal scored. So he serves the full minute.
A hit between Batista and Neme. Venegas in possession.
Timeout was called by Colombia, recognizing that time was ticking to get the ball over half court. They're in tough, having Orozco sitting out this technical foul.
There's Edgar Venegas. A word with the bench. And without Orozco's influence, Colombia are a very different team. Venegas penned in by Aguino.
Yeah, Colombia's going to have a very difficult time getting this ball past half court.
They've given it away. They've given it away to Damasceno.
This could be a real turning point in the game. Orozco allowed back in.
Finally, there he is.
So the turnover leads to an easy goal by Brazil. They need to get the ball to Orozco or Rodriguez, who can hopefully get it past half court for the Chile.
Down goes Rodriguez. Under pressure over halfway, but tipped over. Brazilians looking to exert the pressure, extend their lead.
So getting bumped from behind. Not a dissimilar play to the one where Orozco was penalized. And so Batista also being punished with a penalty call.
So into the penalty box for the Brazilian.
You can see that the Brazilians are trying to hem in Orozco, so they'll try and pass it to Rodriguez, and hopefully he's able to go in for an easy score for
Rodriguez
Colombia.
handles, forced backwards. Now there's traffic.
Hands it off to Orozco. He's the ball handler.
Neme will back his way in. For Neme. Aguino on the charge for the Brazilians. Neme's doing everything he can to get back. He can't stop the Brazilian. And 3 the difference again. Orozco. Quick turn from Orozco. Looking for clear water. The dribble. And the handoff to Rodriguez. Couldn't handle it. Rodriguez goes down again. Under pressure from Aguino. And I think he caught his right arm there. I think that one hurt.
Yeah, I think so too. Rodriguez looks like he's in a fair bit of pain.
Just holding that right upper arm.
Batista being called for the penalty again. Orozco needs to hold on to that in the future. Rodriguez, as good a player as he is, does not have the ability to hang on to some of those tougher passes and can be more easily caught. Orozco sometimes needs to be a little more selfish.
Rodriguez, you see there, is a 1.5 classification. That's in stark contrast to Orozco, is a 3.5. Venegas, Orozco, and the score for Colombia. One-handed catch from Orozco. And down to 2. Closing seconds of the first period. It has been feisty.
Big hit.
It's been physical from literally the first tip-off. And it shows no signs of slowing down. Orozco reaching in. The pass away to Batista. Using the speed. Batista's in.
4 seconds left. Brazil scored just as they wanted to, not leaving the Colombians much chance to score before the end of the quarter.
Orozco, the big throw out over the top of Neme. And the clock will tick down, and the buzzer goes for the end of the first quarter. And what a great first quarter that was between two highly committed, highly disciplined teams and highly physical teams. A lot of tip-overs in that first quarter. But Brazil just edging it over their South American rivals from Colombia. Brazil leading at the end of one by 15 to 12.
Yes, indeed, everybody. What a match so far. Can we please have some energy? A round of applause for Brazil, Colombia.
Well, David, it's been all action at both ends of the field and some very big hits in this first period.
Exactly as we expected and anticipated. This is by far the roughest, most aggressive game that we've seen so far this tournament. It's been a fun game to watch.
Rodriguez in the wars on more than one occasion. And Orozco on Batista, for which he served the penalty.
It's always great to see no love lost, but at the same time, mutual respect and recognition of each other's abilities.
Brazil by 3 at the end of one. Just time to catch our breath as the second quarter begins. And Cristina Maya, all the substitutes and quickly away. Using Julian Vargas as the screen.
Oh, the referee took quite a shot to her shins.
Maya's momentum taking him into the official. Colombian's goal, sorry, do beg your pardon, David. Just reducing it to 2. I believe 15-13 the current score, certainly in the stadium.
Colombian player being penalized for a hit before the whistle.
So Neme in the box, Colombia short-handed. The way to score is Damasceno. While the Colombians tipped over in the build-up to that goal.
The Colombians have put Orozco on the bench and brought out Alvarez for this second half. Alvarez started in the game that the first game that they played in this tournament. It was quite effective.
Just to underline that point, here we are in the second period on court for the Colombians at the moment, with Orozco off, having scored 8 goals in that first period. Alonso, Neme, Amaya and Vargas for the Colombians. Up against some of the substitutes for the Brazilians. Gunter is on. Taniguchi still there. Damasceno and Abreu now on court for the Brazilians. 12-player roster. Here comes Alonso. Forced backwards, but might find a shooting lane.
Alonso, a big, strong, aggressive player. Got preoccupied with trying to score, did not dribble or pass the ball within a 10-second time limit, which results in a turnover.
Brazilians pick it up. Damasceno, inside his own key, looking for the long pass forward. Will find it. Let's cushion that path, and on the first bounce, the score is Davi Abreu. It's his first goal of the night. Davi Abreu, 4 goals in the opening game against Canada, 5 more against the Americans for Abreu, the Brazilian number 9. Meanwhile, Alonso being the technical assistants.
He needs to make his way all the way back to receive the ball. So far, the turnovers, not that great, reflecting the efficiency of both teams.
Amaya backing his way out of trouble.
Colombian player efficiently calling a timeout, knowing that the 12 seconds was likely to be called very soon, and that his wheel had started to fall
Amaya.
off.
So Brazil by 4. Giuriato leading the way for Brazil with 5 goals. Not on the court at this stage, just taking a breather after his efforts in the first half. Taniguchi there is number 5. And he's always likely to be in the thick of the action. Talking of Taniguchi, there he is with a hit. Trying to steal the ball from Vargas. Vargas looking for the handoff. Referee's whistle.
Oh, he got the call. He got the timeout call in just in time.
Again,
coaches.
reminding you, when you're playing out from the back, you've got 12 seconds and only 12 seconds to advance over half court.
But you've only got 4 of those timeouts to use from the floor. Colombia is burning through those timeouts quickly.
Inbound from Neme. Finds Amaya. Amaya stuck. Forward for Alonso. Beaten away by Damasceno. Abreu turning away from Alonso. Dribble from Abreu. Now the turn of speed.
Oh, nice head fake.
Abreu in to score again.
Watch Abreu's fake right here as he comes up. The Colombian player zigged when he should have zagged.
Amaya throws it away. It might work if they keep it in bounds. Alonso
great
does.
hustle, great hustle.
But only into the path of Damasceno. Brazil pick up the loose ball. Damasceno away. Over half court. There's the dribble. Hands it off to Abreu. That's the hit from Alonso, but it's not strong enough to prevent the Brazilian score.
Brazil starting to pull away a little bit here in this second quarter. Chile needs to stop this flow.
Alonso trying to retain possession.
The Colombian coach might consider bringing Orozco back into the game.
You know, you took the words right out of my mouth, and it's noticeable in the second period. As you say, Brazil beginning to draw away, and it's got to be something to do with the fact that Orozco is not on the court. Taniguchi for Brazil. There's Abreu ahead of him, if he can be found. Taniguchi might go himself here.
Nice pass. Taniguchi continues to impress me with his awareness of the floor and rugby smarts. Very intelligent player.
Rafael Hoffman back with us, in for the score. Neme inbounds for Alonso. Alonso over half court. It's part of the job done. He'll go himself here, will he? It's blocked off by his own man.
Oh, but Taniguchi was out of bounds, so we'll serve a penalty. But his own player has to recognize that he needs to get out of the way.
The face here of Alonso. If there is ever a face of a competitor, it surely belongs to Moises Alonso of Colombia. As you rightly say, Taniguchi then into the penalty box. Alonso's
just got to hit
the
that
long way
corner.
around.
That's it.
Alonso away, and sheer persistence takes him over for the score. Colombia know that they can't afford to fall too far behind here in the minutes leading up to half-time.
Agreed. This is a very important part of the game for Colombia if they want to try and keep this close.
Hoffman for Abreu. But he's lost a wheel. Julian Vargas, who's minus a wheel there.
Alonso called an equipment timeout. At least he had both his wheels still.
Mobile once again. The big hits, but played forward. Firstly for Alonso. Speeds away, Alonso. There's no stopping him that time. Down goes Amaya.
An inadvertent hit. Leading to the quick spill. So Alonso, knowing that he was being chased, had to grab that ball quickly and turn on the after jets right away.
Amazing what a little bit of grit and determination will do for you in those crucial moments.
I can feel that the players have amped up their intensity in this game versus perhaps those two that I saw them play earlier.
Back with us is Alexandre Giuriato, and quickly into the action with another goal for his tally. He leads the Brazilian scorers with 6.
This game has a playoff feel to it versus some of the other games we've seen earlier in this tournament, perhaps.
Amaya looking to make some hard yards. Turned into trouble. And Gunter waiting for him.
And again, calling the timeout. His coach not necessarily happy with the result of that, wanting them to speed up their attempts in getting the ball out of their half.
So Colombia will retain the possession here. Inbound from Neme. Alonso is being shielded. Neme looking for an option. Goes long for Amaya. Turning away Gunter. Time against them. It's behind Neme. And he get it over halfway. Not quite.
Just didn't get it.
He was on halfway As the time expired, you've only got those 12 seconds to get it into your opponent's half of the court.
I am surprised to not still see Orozco in the game for Colombia. Alonso, as strong a player as he is, has not been able to make the same contributions as Orozco did in that first quarter.
Well, it can't be a tactical substitution. I mean, you've got to give the guy a breather from time to time, and maybe at this point of the game, before half-time, let him recharge those batteries and then come out all guns blazing after half-time.
Perhaps, yeah. Maybe we will see Orozco play the rest of the game following the half.
Down Chiriato. Surrounded by Colombians. Just a dribble nonetheless, and pass off for Higuino into the Brazilian score.
As we mentioned earlier too, part of it is the tandems of classification. So perhaps it's a result of needing to give a rest to the 0.5 that often gets partnered with Orozco Rodriguez. Maybe he requires the rest prior to the half. Ball tips off of, oh, but got it just in the nick of time.
Down by Vargas, but Higuino is the beneficiary, and Higuino with the speed into the corner. Another score for the Brazilians, who had their lead to 9 midway through this second quarter.
And the Brazilians slowly pulling away. And you can see right there the importance of that strapping around the waist because of the lack of trunk musculature as a result of the spinal cord injury.
Running repairs for Moises Alonso.
Alonso's chair has been repaired, based on my unofficial count, 5 times already this quarter.
Remembering, of course, they have just 60 seconds on court to effect any repair. If that cannot be done, then the player needs to be substituted. Shake of the head from Alonso.
And that's exactly what will happen. He comes off, another player needs to come on.
So Alonso out of the equation temporarily. And in comes Christian Narvaez wearing the goggles. As Alonso takes an enforced rest. Narvaez wears 12. Neme inside his own key, looking to offload to the newcomer Narvaez. And Amaya speeding away here, trying to find a way around that yellow brick wall. Frustration, little room to operate. Can he go around the outside? Closed off by Higuino, forced to go right, and then hit by Higuino. Narvaez, 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Whatever they're going to do, they need to do it quickly. Just 5 seconds remaining. Can they get it in? Time's going to expire. It's over. Couldn't get it in the regulation 40 seconds, and more frustration for the Colombians, David.
Yes, and again, the Brazilians are just pulling further and further away. What appeared at the start of the game, in the first quarter particularly, as a potentially close battle, is slowly looking like the Brazilians will walk away with us.
Chiriato, the quick release in for Anderson Klaus. And now it is a 10-point deficit the Colombians are facing.
Colombia starting to make some errors, some simple ones perhaps. I don't know if the tension has gotten to them. But those are the kind of errors that you can't make in a tight game against a strong team like Brazil. And keep in mind that keep in mind that Brazil has not won a game yet this tournament after having lost to both Canada and the United States, so they are itching for a victory.
Well, if they needed any motivation, which I'm sure they didn't, that was certainly it, knowing that having played the perceived top 2 teams in the tournament, there are 6 nations participating, and generally believe that the Canadians and the Americans are a class apart of the 4 South Americans. Amaya offloads quickly, finds Vargas. Vargas can't get there before Damasceno blocks his path.
Colombia not bringing in Orozco or Alvarez. They don't have a player out there who can control the ball and be a scoring threat without those 2.
Still 2:38 remaining in the second quarter. No sign of movement on the Colombian bench at the moment. Some attention for the sports wheelchair of Anderson Kais. As Neme prepares to inbound for Colombia. They need some goals from somewhere. Maybe it'll come from Narvaez. Scoots across the edge of the key area and the dribble. Not making much forward progress.
No.
Narvaez again dribbling. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. And then the lob pass couldn't be corralled by Neme.
Right now, Colombia isn't providing a scoring threat on the floor. The Brazilians are able to sit back and just play strong defense and wait for the shot clock to expire. Confusion on the Colombians.
It will be Brazil's ball. Nice inbound. Quickly into Giriato. Finds the release. And manages to find Abreu. He can use his pace. Quick release and then finishing off the Giriato. And 11 points the difference now between Brazil and Colombia. Giriato has 7 of those goals for the Brazilians.
Nice outlet pass.
Going to find Vargas. Has he got the speed?
Oh,
Yes.
and Vargas uses his arm to defend the player and push him off. Brilliant play.
Well, there are times when you can and times when you can't. Just explain that in terms of what's legal and what's not in terms of bodily contact.
Well, so as an offensive player with the ball, he was able to do so. It's almost like a basketball player putting a forearm out to protect the ball. As a defensive player, if you were to have reached in like that, that would have been a foul. Almost like a straight arm from a football player with the ball.
Timeout for the Brazilians, I believe. Remember that you are allowed 6 in total in the game. 4 called from the players on the floor, 2 more at the discretion of the coaching staff. Taking on some extra fluids. But the Brazilians, well, their conversations between Orozco of the Colombians and their technical staff.
They don't need to be talking on the bench. They need to be getting Orozco on the court.
Well, my next question to you is what is the conversation all about at this stage?
I cannot imagine. They're letting this game slip away from them.
Maybe they have some tactical master plan that you and I haven't seen yet. Giriato takes the big hit from Narvaez. Neme manages to
Nice play by
gather it
Neme.
in.
Good pass.
Narvaez reaching in.
Jump ball called. Both players had possession of the ball at the same time. Possession arrow indicates that it's going to Brazil.
Under a minute and a half remaining in the half. Brazil by 10. Slowly but surely gaining the upper hand against their South American rivals.
Good defense by Colombia, forcing the quick timeout called by Brazil.
So if you're on the Brazilian bench at the moment, you're very happy about the fact that Orozco is not on the court for the Colombians, but are the Brazilians comfortable with the way they're managing this game?
I think if I was Brazil, I'd be very happy with the way that this game is going right now. I still, for the life of me, cannot understand what the coach is talking to Orozco about.
This conversation has been going on fully 5 minutes, and Orozco shows no signs of returning. Kais inbound for Brazil. Quick pass off for Giuriato, who's been trying to scoot away down that left wing. Rides both challenges and then loses possession. Just to get it back with some help from the wheel of Abreu. And then more conventionally uses Davi Abreu and in for the score. (27-16) for Brazil. Alvarez over the top looking for Neme. Picked up quickly by Amaya. Over halfway.
Nice back pick. Good protection of the ball.
Amaya trying to turn away from trouble. Find a gap. There's the dribble. Amaya. Now the pass off.
Oh, no, because the other Colombian player who was expecting the pass had crossed the goal line just before the other player, number 12, was able to corral the ball and bring it in. Watch here. Number 11's crossing the line before 12 gets it. So the goal does not count.
That's where communication is so key. Because Vargas thought it was coming to him. Narvaez nipped in. Couldn't control it. And now there we go. Time about to expire at the end of the second quarter, which is why Kais was taking his time scoring that goal. 3 seconds left. And the Colombians do anything with it? They cannot, as the buzzer goes for half-time. And it is Brazil who have gained a significant upper hand in the first half of this all-South American rivalry against Colombia. Good consistency, and they've restricted Colombia to just 4 goals in that second period, and Brazil at halftime leads Colombia by 28 points to 16. A glance at the half-time statistics, the most important of which is the scoreline, 28-16, so 12 points the margin, or 12 goals the margin in favour of the Brazilian. The majority of turnovers, David, falling the way of the Colombians, and that is clearly hurting them.
Yes, and that is typically indicative of the score. You can't turn the ball over, because that means you're not scoring, and they are.
Alexander Giuriato, we've seen Orozco was extremely influential in that first period, but not sure he appeared at all for the second. And as a result, the Colombians, having scored 12 goals in the first period, only managed 4 in the second. And frankly, it's a mystery to us up here in the booth as to why he's played so little in the second quarter of the game.
Agreed. I, for the life of me, can't understand why Colombia would not play either of their top 2 scorers for the majority of the second quarter, and that certainly showed with only scoring 4 goals.
Alonso there, an illustration of what he brings to the party. 2 goals for Alonso, but 8 for Orozco. And now the conversation begins in earnest as to how Colombia will claw back the deficit, which stands at 12 at half-time. Brazil leading Colombia at the interval, 28 goals to 60. Welcome back to the Mississauga Sports Centre. Nigel Reid and David Legg in the broadcast booth with you. It is day 3 of wheelchair rugby, and we're watching the most competitive game we've seen thus far. And this is one of the reasons why he's back. Number 4, John Orozco, back on court for the start of the 3rd period for the Colombians. Wearing number 4, dominant player leading the scoring for the Colombians in that dark blue jersey. The yellow and green vests of the Brazilians carry a 12-point advantage as Vanegas goes over for the first score of the 3rd period. Colombia, David, come into the 3rd period with their original starting lineup of Orozco, Neme, Rodriguez, and Vanegas.
And they score almost immediately, which again leads us to wonder why they sat out so much of the 2nd quarter.
That is number 6, Jose Higuino, who keeps his place at the start of the 3rd period alongside Damasceno, Gilson Jr. and the exuberant Moises Batista. Orozco again.
Orozco just weaving his way in and out of the 4 Brazilian defenders to score. Boom. Neme's played, I think, the entire game so far.
Head for Damasceno in for the score as Brazil approaches the 30-goal mark. A 12-point lead at half-time. Damasceno takes his personal tally to 3. And it'll be interesting to see whether they can maintain that 12-goal lead now that Orozco is back with us, or whether the Colombians' presence back on court can lead to that revival that Colombia needs.
The Brazilians obviously want the ball out of Orozco's hands, so they hem him in and force him to pass.
Venegas doing the hard yards, forced to turn away from goal, away from Batista. Hands it off to Neme. Shot clock down to 9. Orozco can't rein it in. They've managed to get the possession back, but we're close to the edge. They've got it in.
What a series.
The clock shot was about to expire. Orozco lifted up a big left hand.
Just hauls it in, able to back it over in the nick of time. Oh,
Orozco goes down.
takes the brunt of that hit.
He and Aguino came together. And that's one way to stop Orozco, I suppose. Only one thing in Orozco's mind.
And that was trying to stop the Brazilian player, but I don't think he quite thought he was going to do it that way.
Certainly it wasn't Orozco who thought he'd tip over. He was trying to take Aguino out of the game.
Yeah.
$11 points the margin. Colombia need a revival in this third quarter. It needs to be led by Orozco, and they won't do it that way.
Orozco's got to do a better job of defending against that. He was caught sleeping on that play.
Inbound from Neme, inevitably for Orozco. Spinning, turning, then using his pace. Away from Aguino over half court. Waiting for the hit to come from Batista.
That was another interesting play there. The Colombian player looked like he used his arm to defend against Batista.
It's Batista who ends up in the penalty box. His third of the game. So an opportunity here for Colombia to reduce the arrears. And Venegas is over.
Colombians looking like they might be able to make some form of a comeback.
Orozco making his
Rodriguez doing his best to keep up.
Run away from Aguino. Out over the end line.
Who was the ball last touched by?
I think it was Rodriguez.
The Colombian. Ball back to Brazil.
Rodriguez had the last touch. Brazil pick up possession. Aguino inbound. There's Damasceno. To find a way around Rodriguez. The bounds again. Brazil ball. Aguino again. Once again for Damasceno, not much room to operate there.
Only 12 seconds on the shot clock.
You keep an eye on that for me. Aguino.
We're down to 6. Oh, and out of bounds. May have felt the pressure knowing that there were only 4 seconds left on the clock.
Batista couldn't rein it in this time. Brazilian number 11. But look at them. Batista and Orozco. They're almost in each other's back pockets.
Doing a dance. Trying to avoid hitting each other, but yet getting the position on the other player.
Orozco, the pass for Rodriguez. Couldn't fill it in.
We saw that play work so effectively so many times in the first quarter.
We did indeed. Rodriguez had made the forward movement.
This time Rodriguez unable to corral the ball, showing his anguish.
It's not as easy as it looks. It really isn't. I mean, they make it look easy most of the time. Aguino.
Nice hit.
And Bastinas.
Smart play by the Brazilians. Playing keep away.
Batista's growing total up to 4 goals now. Brazil's 12-point lead over the Colombians.
Cuts back just before the center line. Oh, but
Intercepted, or is it Venegas? Can he pick it up? He
oh,
can!
and just gets possession just before he crosses the line.
The goal will stand for Venegas.
Colombia slowly clawing their way back.
Once again, 11 points the deficit. They're getting closer, but not close enough. And Batista could be in here again. Kept his balance. Big hit from Orozco. Too big for the referee's liking.
The referee says, get somebody out here to change that tire.
Never ceases to amaze me, David, how the players take all these hits in stride. They know they're coming. It doesn't make them any less penetrating, any less painful. But they just get on with it. There's no complaining, no protesting to the officials.
Nothing.
It's all just part of the game.
Yeah. I think they like it that way, quite honestly.
Damasceno in a
Those
bind.
arms surrounding him, and he still found room to get rid of the ball.
Higuino and
So
in
the goal
is
counts.
Damasceno.
What a smart play on that last series. He had 3 Colombians surrounding him, was able to get the ball out, and then immediately cut towards the net, knowing that he'd be free for an easy score.
Venegas for Rodriguez,
Oh,
manages to
that time
clutch
it
it this time. Seen that long pass from around halfway. And almost always Uriel Rodriguez is the man offering himself in that last defensive position.
And because Rodriguez doesn't have the finger dexterity as a result of his disability, he has to use his forearms to try and corral the ball in while he's doing that.
Orozco and Batista coming together again. It's an ongoing battle of attrition between those two. Baracena with some pace, referee's whistle.
Colombian player looked like he was defending out of bounds. We'll serve a 1-minute penalty.
Once again, the deficit at 11. Colombia need to get it down to single figures. Venegas will serve a penalty. And that's what the Colombians need. They'll be short-handed as the Brazilians make wholesale substitutions. Among them, the reappearance of Captain Taniguchi, wearing 5 there. Giuriato also back with us. So a man advantage and
Once again,
fresh
that's too
wheels.
easy. Nemi and Orozco have to do a better job of defending against
In
them.
seconds of being back on the court, Taniguchi crosses for the score. Orozco for Venegas. Quick outlet again, Rodriguez.
So notice Rodriguez grabs it with his forearms.
Venegas has got the
Excellent
speed
pass.
and the strength and the score for Colombia. But they're trading goals at the moment, and the deficit is not reducing quickly enough for the Colombians, David.
No, so the Colombians have to make a couple of big defensive stands here. That might be one of them right there.
It's meant for Hoffman, it bounced over his head and out of bounds.
That was good defensive pressure that led to a bad pass. Turnover, Colombia's ball.
Inbound from Neme for Colombia.
Orozco's got to get himself open so he can get the ball.
Did just that. Then away.
We've seen this
very
time
quickly
and time
for
again.
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez is able to haul it in into his lap. Great play.
And a great understanding as well from Orozco, knowing, as you say, that he cannot use his hands. He's got to allow it to bounce a couple of times so that Rodriguez can pull it into his chest and get over for the score.
Exactly. I'm guessing that based on his classification, he has a higher level of lesion on his spinal cord, meaning he likely doesn't have much use of his fingers. So he has to use his forearms and his upper arms just to corral the ball. Oh, the Colombians are feeling like they're back into this. Another turnover.
Well, they just went crazy on the Colombian bench. And they sense maybe an opportunity here. They've got the deficit down to 10. If they can get it into single figures, then there will be, I think, a new level of belief amongst the Colombians that they can haul the Brazilians back here. It'll be inbound from Neme as Rodriguez is wheeled away.
They need to get Rodriguez back out there. He has played very well in a not a complementary role, but working very closely with Orozco.
John Segura is number 8. So a substitution made. Frustration for Orozco, who would have expected to take that in stride. Taniguchi going to get out of a crowded area. Remember, they have that 12 seconds to get over halfway. Offloads quickly to Giuriato. And there's men ahead of him, and one of them is Hoffman.
Smart play by Brazil. Another equipment timeout called by Colombia. These Colombian equipment men are going to be exhausted by the end of this game.
Segura hasn't been on the court more than 30 seconds, and already he needs repairs. As we said for the umpteenth time, but you can't really say it enough in this sport. This is not for the faint of heart. This is all action all the time. Maya with Segura, who replaced Rodriguez, brings in Venegas, but the pass is behind him. In comes Orozco. Venegas does pick it up. Now, has he got the strength and has he got the grasp? It's going to be backed in by Neme for the goal.
Neme has played a strong, solid game, and he has not left the court yet.
Exactly what you would expect of the captain.
Neme just backs it in. Easy score for him.
But still 10 the deficit. Technical timeout is done and dusted. Turning is Hoffman. Finds some assistance from Taniguchi.
Taniguchi rarely makes a bad pass. Very smart player. He'll hold on to it until he needs to.
Dribble from Taniguchi again. May need to dribble it again.
Oh, he had the ball deflected away, but it remains Brazil's ball.
And now it's the wheelchair of Edgar Venegas that needs the pit stop, and the pit crew out there to change that right tire. It's two are removed. Those equipment technicians are on and off the court in a flash, aren't they, David?
They're earning their money tonight.
Quite done yet. Segura needs some running repairs as well. All good, all good. But still 10, the Colombians trail towards the end. Oh, not so good, it would appear.
No.
Well,
See, they didn't get it done in the 60 seconds, so they have to bring in a new player.
Segura is wheeled away.
Looks like Rodriguez is ready to come back in.
And once again, Uriel Rodriguez is back with us, the number 10, 4 goals under his belt already. And crossing for the score is Giuriato.
I feel like a broken record, but it seems to me that when Brazil has the ball in the front court on an out-of-bounds play, they score immediately. Colombia needs to figure out a way to stop that.
Sheer strength and persistence takes Orozco away. The dribble is going to be cut off, but he's got Venegas for the score. It's Orozco who's going to need some help on that far side.
Arm pad having slipped up. Ready to go.
It'll take a lot more than that for anything like that to keep Orozco out of the game. Taniguchi turning, gets hit by Orozco, then gets hit hard by Venegas. Taniguchi gets the pass away though nonetheless. Shiriato.
But look at Taniguchi. He gets pinned in by two guys, patiently waits, doesn't panic, makes the smart pass.
Rodriguez. Fought it well, but hemmed in. Needs to get the path away, inevitably finds Orozco.
I like Rodriguez as a player. Again, he made the smart pass to Orozco there.
And Orozco has that strength and that dexterity.
And then Rodriguez comes up and sets the appropriate pick to allow Orozco to score. So back pick, Orozco is able to sneak in between the two Brazilians.
Brazilians maintaining that advantage, tantalizingly just too far away from the Colombians. From the make big inroads into that lead, they need to get it down to 4 or 5. And then the Brazilians would be glancing over their shoulders with a certain amount of nervousness. But while they can hold that lead to 10 or 11 goals, Venegas in a bind. Taniguchi trying to rip it from his grasp. Venegas does find Orozco. Looking for Neme, but the turnover will favor the Brazilians. Taniguchi finding Shiriato. Away from Venegas. Here comes the hit from Orozco. And again, reaching in.
But the Brazilians don't get flustered. They just patiently wait.
Shiriato, 17 minutes, 17 seconds left on the shot clock. Now down to 12. Taniguchi knows it.
Oh, and Taniguchi, size player.
Orozco back to cover.
But out of bounds.
Will be a Brazilian ball.
They'll just count the goal. Five seconds left. Colombia will just be content to let the clock run down.
I'm sure Colombia are never content. Well, there you go. They did run out of time. As Venegas threw it forward more in hope than expectation. Well, certainly more content and more effectiveness in that third period.
Agreed.
Colombia.
And you and I argued as to why Orozco and Rodriguez weren't brought back earlier.
And the evidence is all about the numbers. 11 goals in that third period.
Compared to the 4 in the second quarter.
For the Colombians. So 12 and 11 when Orozco has been around. But at the end of 3 periods, the Brazil team still in a position of some comfort and authority, leading by 12. Brazil 39, Colombia 27. Brazil continued to score in this third period, but indeed that third period alone, David, was statistically all square at 11-11, and there is no doubt that the reappearance of Orozco made a big difference.
Agreed. He brought a certain level of intensity, maybe even almost hopeful enthusiasm to the Colombian team, knowing that they had someone who could control the ball, control the pace of the game, exact a little bit of punishment, hitting the Brazilians. That was a much better quarter for Colombia.
Those players around him knew that Orozco was on the court, knew he was the go-to guy, but the deficit remains at 12. Brazil 39, Colombia 27. Fourth quarter, moments away. Fourth and final quarter of 8 minutes. Can the dark blue shirts of Colombia rally against Brazil in these final minutes? They go into this fourth quarter.
Quick turnover by Colombia.
And in to score and reduce that deficit is Venegas, who along with Rodriguez, Neme and Orozco make up the quartet for Colombia at the start of this fourth quarter. For the Brazilians, it is Gunter, Taniguchi, Higuino and Damasceno. And that is Higuino to score as Brazil into the 40s. And as they were at half-time, they have that 12-goal lead, and that is a comfortable lead for the Brazilians, looking for their first win of the 2015 Parapan Games here at the Mississauga Sports Centre. Brazil, hosts of the 2016 Paralympics. Rodriguez forces his way over the line.
Goal count.
And hungry to demonstrate their superiority over all their South American rivals, not just Colombia.
Agreed. I think Brazil, it's still a few years away before they're able to compete against the likes of Canada and the United States. But they definitely take great pride in being the #1 team in South America.
If we see what we've seen over the last couple of quarters, Brazil will, in all likelihood, as Taniguchi needs a technical timeout here, maintain that advantage. It's going to take a mighty effort. I wonder what, if anything, the Colombians can do in these final minutes to rein in the Brazilians and really put pressure on them.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that there's much left in this game for the Colombians to do to beat Brazil. But bear in mind, this is still the round-robin portion of the tournament. I wouldn't be surprised to see Colombia and Brazil play in the bronze medal match of this tournament. And in that return match, if in fact it happens, I think Colombia's got a chance. That last quarter that we saw, they were neck and neck. They were all tied up.
If you look at the game in quarters, first and third were pretty even, 15-12 for the Brazilians in the first, all square in the third. That second quarter, where we didn't see Orozco and not much of Rodriguez, that really built that Brazilian advantage by a whole 9 points and just restricted the Colombians to just 4 goals in that second quarter. When Orozco was missing in action for long periods. And there's the pass from Orozco.
Oh, and Rodriguez just unable to cradle it in.
For once, that combination didn't work. It's a long pass, almost the length of the court. And bearing in mind what we said about Rodriguez not being able to use those hands, those fingers, he's having to corral everything with those forearms. Unless the bounce is just about perfect for him. Here's Damasceno away. Clear water ahead of him, and over for the score for the Brazilians. They extend that lead to 13. Damasceno has 6 goals of his own. Giuriato leads all scorers for Brazil. He's into double figures with 10. He's on the sidelines at the moment. Higuino, the hits on the back of Orozco. Orozco quick and mobile, managing to maneuver himself in for the score and take Colombia into the 30s. He's almost the class above most of the other athletes on this court or even in this competition.
Orozco is certainly a standout in this tournament.
Will be a Brazil ball. Throw in, looking for Taniguchi. Orozco battling for possession. Goal will stand.
Strong play. Colombians only down by 12 now. But with time certainly not on their side.
Quickly away from trouble and over halfway, Damasceno. And the Rask allowed Damasceno to score in the corner with some help from Taniguchi.
Bruno Damasceno.
43-31. Turnover.
Taniguchi, such a smart player. He knew that Orozco was going to make that pass, anticipated it, and was able to cut it off.
Spinning in a 360. Managed to keep his balance and keep the ball and offload to Taniguchi. Sees the back pass, he'll back his way in here. Higuino. And the score for Brazil.
Brazil goal scored by number 6, Jose.
Mock goal, as I have heard it referred to. Michael Jackson would be proud.
Venegas looking for Orozco, picked off by Taniguchi.
Taniguchi did it again.
Those are the sort of errors that the Colombians cannot afford to make if they are to just chew away at this Brazilian lead.
No, and Orozco can't spend time in the penalty box. I think that's his third penalty today. But he's a new player, as we mentioned at the outset of the game. He'll learn.
Timeout is called, so Orozco comes out of the penalty box and over to the Colombian bench. When we resume, we will be playing in the Brazilians' favor. Orozco quickly back on court and back to the penalty box. Has to serve that penalty until the next goal is scored. So when we resume after the timeout, the Brazilians will have a man advantage. Inbound from Cavalli, and Taniguchi. Damasceno, unchallenged, past Neme.
So the Brazilians waiting so that the defenders can get set up to not allow Orozco back in, or force Orozco to be the person to throw the ball in, which is exactly what they would want.
Orozco jammed in, still manages to find a way out. And now Venegas will inbound. Orozco immediately surrounded by yellow jerseys. Venegas, Orozco turning away from Damasceno. Gets the hit from Taniguchi. Manages to offload, and it will be Rodriguez in to score.
Great play by Rodriguez again.
And pinpoint accuracy with the pass from Orozco. And that's a combination that's worked time and time again for the Colombians.
I think they've scored 8 times between the two of them.
Well, your math is better than mine, but then that's not saying much. Bruno Damasceno. Venegas intercepts. Orozco again, the quick release this time. It's Neme. Can he corral it? He can. He may well back his way in. Needs some help now.
Smart play by Neme, really smart play.
Venegas hands off to Orozco. And the deficit down to 12 again. But the Colombians can't get that into single figures.
Neme makes the smart play. Dish, dish, and dish.
Higuino.
Good hustle by Orozco coming back to defend.
Anybody else, Higuino would have been in. And they will score in the end through Damasceno. Once again, a demonstration of the determination of Orozco.
Equipment timeout, Colombia.
Colombian equipment timeouts called.
Again, Nemi never coming off the court. Not a single time tonight. It's about time he had an equipment timeout.
Ponytail dripping in sweat. Colombian captain, fearsome competitor, durable, and occasional goal scorer as well. Venegas trying to turn away. And Cavalli does so successfully, finds his captain. Then the first time pass, Rodriguez. Can he get there? He won't.
Not.
The idea was the right one. The pass just too far away for Rodriguez to pull it in before it crossed the goal line. Substitutions being made. Christian Amaya is back with us for the Colombians. This is John Seguro, wearing 8.
Orozco did not play strong defense on that play there.
Referee, it's not going to count. Higuino took the pylon out. Nearly took the referee as well.
The referee had to make that call while maintaining her balance, not getting run over, and keeping her eye on the play.
Another look here.
The wherewithal to make that call. Brilliant.
Can be a hazardous task being a wheelchair rugby referee. Don Orozco hands off to Neme. Over half court. Amaya's trying to back. Amaya was the overlapping player.
Neme again making a courageous play on that series. Dishing it off, knowing he was taking the hit, losing his balance. All he was caring about was scoring the goal. So Neme gets the pass off, recognizing he's going to be crashing. But he looks back and takes solace knowing that they scored a goal.
All in a good cause. Amaya with the score. Taniguchi is unchallenged here. Neme is trying to get across. He's probably not going to get there. Doesn't. Taniguchi adds to his and Brazil's total. Taniguchi has 4 on the nights of Brazil's 47. It's noticeable, you know, how Brazil have spread the goals around. I mean, Giuriato has 10, but just about every player has contributed in the goal scoring.
Agreed. Tremendous balance and depth from the Brazilian squad. And that's a reflection of the amount of work they put into their entire system in the last 8 to 10 years.
Amaya with the score for the Colombians.
I think it's worth noting, too, that a former assistant coach from Canada's national team was down in Brazil last year helping them out.
Higuino with the throw ahead. Good speed by Taniguchi. He can coast in now.
Benoit Lebrec, who was an assistant coach in the national team back in the early 2000s, is currently the head coach in Sweden for their wheelchair rugby team, but was down in Brazil last year helping out their developmental squads.
Roscoe takes the hit from Taniguchi, offloads to Neme. Neme for Amaya. It was Segura, I beg your pardon, with the score for Colombia.
Oh, Taniguchi making a rare mistake, letting the ball go out of bounds, and it's a turnover to Colombia.
Followed inevitably by Orozco. Substitutions on their way for Brazil. As the clock continues to tick down, just outside 2.5 minutes remaining in the game. Once again, 12 goals the deficit. It's been a familiar theme since the second quarter. Davi Abreu offloads to Hoffman. Smart move from Hoffman. Explodes with some pace. Hoffman the score for Brazil. Hoffman up to 5.
I loved Aquino's hit, just coming along the side there, just because he likes to hit.
Orozco one-handed catch. And the mobility to move her away. And then the handoff.
Nice play by Orozco to spin around like that.
Very smooth.
Have the body awareness to know where he was, how to make that pass after spinning so quickly.
It's that sixth sense, isn't it? That understanding.
Agreed. So spin, dish.
Just knew Amaya was there.
Money.
Aguino over halfway at pace for the Brazilians. 2-on-1 here.
For fun.
Meanwhile, Christian Amaya, unchallenged, has lost his balance. There's going to be a stoppage here. There is Amaya. Here come the mats. Christian Amaya tipped up right again. 3 goals for Amaya tonight, but they all trail Orozco. And by quite a margin, 14 goals for the heartbeat of the Colombian team. Here he is again, Orozco. Can anyone stop him this time? I think not. Orozco in again. Once again, the deficit is just a round dozen. And 15 goals for his personal tally.
Orozco showing the dominance that we've been chatting about the entire game. He hasn't been the difference maker tonight, but perhaps later this week in a bronze medal match, we'll see that.
Well, it dictates so much of what Colombia does so quickly with the offload and the pass, and scores a fair share of goals. 12 in that first game against Chile. He scored 20 goals against Canada. You know, 20 of 32 goals all told that the Colombians scored. So he is such a big influence, Orozco. Cannot be understated. Here he is again.
Nemi takes the pass and then does pass it for the goal. That was a nice play.
Once again, Orozco with the awareness to the overhead pass for Nemi and then to Amaya.
So Orozco gets it into Nemi. Watch this, he fakes it, and then he does the second time for the score.
11 points the difference. Is there time to make any serious inroads into this Brazilian lead? Orozco again in to check and stop. Aguino will back in at the far post for the Brazilian score.
Aguino has very quietly had a strong game for Brazil.
Quietly effective, as you say. He has 7 goals. Amaya. Orozco reaches up and manages to control it, bounce it, take it in for the Colombian score.
Any other player in that would have been tipped off the hand and a turnover.
Just
Only
soft hands from Orozco, just to control it, turn, pick it up, and find his way to goal. Colombia into the 40s. 11 behind. Aguino will throw forwards.
And Orozco, even though there's 30 seconds left, still isn't taking a minute off.
Kais for the score this time for the Brazilians. And the simple fact of the matter is that they have that 12-point advantage, as they have held for much of this game since the second period. And they will win this game. As Amaya looks in for the score. Good pace from Amaya over the Brazilian goal line. But it has been a terrifically contested game between two teams who've shown creativity and pace and passion, the ability to give and take hits. Clock ticks down. This could be the final score. Converted by Davi Abreu. His tally is up to 6 for the night. Brazil have that 12-point margin. As the clock ticks down, we'll hear the buzzer. Orozco, has he got time? He doesn't have time. But fitting perhaps that's the last touch of the night in a wonderfully entertaining game should go perhaps to the man of the match, the Colombian Orozco.
Even though Colombia didn't win the game, he was, certainly in my opinion, the strongest player on the court. I think this bodes well for a rematch between these two nations for a bronze medal.
And look what happened in both the third and fourth periods with Orozco in such dominant form. They tied the Brazilians in period 3 and in period 4, but it was the second period where Orozco and Rodriguez were not around that killed the Colombians on this night. And so the Brazilians have their first win of the 2015 Parapan Games after defeats to Canada and the US. They have beaten their Colombian rivals, but not without one heck of a fight. Brazil takes it, their first win. Colombia now 1-2. Brazil win it by 53 goals to 41. So final thoughts, David, as we see the players sportingly congratulate each other. And results from earlier games, predictable win for Canada against Argentina. Canada continuing their winning ways. Momentarily we'll also see the United States also continue their third straight winners again against the weakest team. Here, the Chileans and the United States practice some defense, I think, for their game coming up against the Canadians. And then the final game of the night, the closest we've seen so far, but entertaining and thoroughly competitive from start to finish between Brazil and Colombia. In a way, the most memorable game we've seen so far.
Agreed. I think this bodes well for a bronze medal match between those two nations.
So confirmation of where we are at the end of day 3 of wheelchair rugby. Canada and the United States both have played 3 and have won the lot. Brazil now have that first win and occupy third place just ahead of Colombia, but 2 points each, and we may well see a rematch of the game we've just seen for the bronze medal. From David Legg and our entire broadcast crew in Mississauga, I'm Nigel Reid. Thanks so much for joining us. Let's do it all again tomorrow. Good night.
You guys are doing amazing. I understand.
Le Brésil. La fin de maximum de départ pour le Brésil.